All right, council commissioners, it is a little bit after 4:30. Mayor Simpson's going to join us a little bit later, but in the interest of everyone's time, we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. We'll begin tonight's special joint meeting of the Meridian City Council and the Meridian Planning and Zoning Commission with roll call. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilwoman Little Roberts. Councilman Taylor.
Here.
Councilman Overton.
Here.
Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Commissioner Garrett.
Here.
Commissioner Lorcher. Commissioner Grace.
Here.
Commissioner Sandoval, you are online. I think you can hear us. He is there. Thank you. Commissioner Smith.
Here.
Commissioner Seal.
Here. Great. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Next up is the adoption of the agenda.
Mr. President,
Council Vice President Strader.
I move that we adopt the agenda.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All ayes, motion passes. Next is Department Commission reports. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Hood and Mr. Parsons.
Thank you, President Cavanagh, Chairman Seal, Commissioners, Council members. It's been a while. It's been a while since the two bodies have been together. It's been a while since we talked about the staff report template. So I appreciate your time. Thank you for spending the next, I don't know, however long it takes, I guess, but under an hour, hopefully anyways, to give you an update on some of the progress we've made over the last several months on the staff report template. Maybe just a little bit of a refresher. Some of this may even be new for some of the newer members of the bodies that are here today. 2018, we did adopt a new staff report template, and we've largely been using that same template since. We've made some tweaks over the years, but again, largely it's been the same. In late 2022, we came and presented to both the council and the commission separately some potential changes to the staff report template. We did a survey for council. We got some responses back. We've been stewing on some of that information over the last several months. And at that time, I thought we would probably need some consultant help to do some of the things we were hoping for and thinking about making changes to in the staff report. However, what we produced and what Bill will largely present to you tonight, I'm pretty proud of, and I don't think we need consultant help, at least not today, not at this point. There are some more efficiencies that we probably could realize over time, but staff is concerned about the resources that would be necessary to kind of take those next steps. And again, I'm pretty proud of what we've developed here. So we'll run through that with you. Feel free to interrupt at any time here during our presentation. We are looking for some feedback today on what you're going to see. So, but again, just a little bit more kind of how we approach this. Lots of people have preconceived notions, stereotype, even a fear when they hear the word staff report. Staff reports get a bad rap. So we were really trying to break that reputation, make compiling or putting the staff reports together cool again, or maybe cool for the first time, but still cool. So innovation on a budget, right? I just said we were doing this with no just in-house resources, but trying to be innovative and again very progressive in what the staff report can do. So we have some pretty talented staff members here in our team with some great ideas. And we've made these improvements without that consultant help. So the conundrum, and we kind of talked about this again, but it's been several months, is we run into that early dilemma of varied consumers of our staff reports. We have some people that are reading a staff report, maybe one and done. First time ever, they've read a staff report and they'll probably never read one again. And we have super users. We have people that read them twice a month or every Tuesday. And we have staff that are in them daily. So we have these people that, use them again on a very regular basis. So how do we take that information and break it down with that varying degree of understanding of our planning processes, of zonings, the codes, and we take all that sophisticated, highly technical, a lot of times obscure information and analyze that for experts and explain it in a way a fourth grader can understand as well. And do it, succinctly, right? In as few pages as possible. That's some of the feedback we heard before. I mean, our staff reports are going to be 50, 60 pages long sometimes. So, in as few words as possible. So, we strive to be comprehensive in project evaluation, concise in words. We have a lot of the foundational information in our databases, online documents and maps. And so we're trying to mine that data and interpret it for everyone in a consistent template. So our solution, and when I was thinking about putting this presentation together, duplication just kept coming around again and again. And so I thought, the solution really is about duplication. Sometimes it's a good thing and sometimes it's bad. We have information that gets put into our database that if it can just auto-populate into somewhere else, we don't have to type it again. So if, and that's one example of not having to duplicate efforts. And if we can be concise in that, that'll again help the efficiency of our staff reports. Again, it also helps with the length of the staff reports. The first bullet there, if we can address one topic once, and again, Bill will talk about this a little bit more too, and take some of the things that are in the UDC like parking and landscaping, and the codes and the aspirational goals of the policies and the comprehensive plan, and just look at it once and say, here are the policies, and side by side, here's the code, and analyze the project rather than it being comp plan analysis and 5 pages later, it talks about the same thing with UDC. It helps, again, all of our users. We think that will be of benefit and again, help be succinct in that. Again, using our enterprise software, our databases to help improve that consistency in the format and the information, and it saves time in developing the report. And also likely reducing errors. So our template is set up where you basically have to hide something if you're not going to use it. So you have to intentionally remove it. So that's some of how the sausage is made that you don't always see, but the template is more robust than the 10 or 12 pages as an output. It basically puts things there. If it's not applicable, you have to click to hide it basically. So I think there's some efficiencies there too, where not that we make a whole lot of those types of errors, but you have to think about, oh, is this a commercial project? Oh, I can remove the open space requirements for residential because that doesn't apply or whatever, but you would have to intentionally do things like that. And then again, the last one, pictures can be worth 1,000 words or more. So more pictures, more maps, more exhibits, more tables, more graphs that kind of paint the picture rather than just walls of words. So if there's a way we can portray that information that help get the message across, we try to do that with this document as well. So we're, at least we think we're done testing it. We'll see the feedback we get tonight. You actually have seen some version of what you'll be walked through tonight. I don't know if any of you caught on to it, but Brian actually used it when he did the mixed use changes to the comp plan that you all looked at over the last few months. That was largely this same template. So he has already been kind of test driving it a little bit. Bill and his team have been retrofitting, so taking old staff reports and putting it in the new template to make sure something we analyzed in the old staff report fits somewhere in the new template and we aren't forgetting something somewhere. So I'll let him maybe touch on some of that as he runs through that. But that's what we're here to do tonight, is largely run you through the look and feel of the staff report, receive that feedback, and then we're ready to roll. So with that, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, I'd stand for any questions you have. If not, I'm just going to let Bill keep rolling.
Chairperson Seal, I don't know if you or the commissioners have initial questions. We'd like maybe defer to you first, and then we'll open up the floor for the council if they have questions as well.
None from me, and I'm seeing nods of no elsewhere.
Council, any questions for staff? Okay, Mr. Hood.
Musical chairs this evening. Mr. President, uh, Chairman Seal, members, council, commission, happy to be here as well. I think Caleb and I, and even working with staff on this, I'm pretty excited to share this with you because I think it is a fairly comprehensive report that is really meant to be used not only comprehensively for all of you, but also to train staff. I think this body is aware, in both commission and council, that over time, we've had people that haven't had issues with kind of keeping staff. And as you know, there's a lot of effort in training new team members that join us. And so the template that we have tonight, as Caleb pointed out, it is robust because it encompasses probably everything that may or could be in a staff report. So as we transition to using this template, I see some of the staff reports being shorter and some of them being longer just based on the information that we have. And so again, this template here does lay out specific code sections. It links people to the comp plan. It actually, I want the staff or the planners to go out to the site and actually physically get photos of how the site looks on the ground, so that you can even have that included in the report. Because a lot of times it's easy to sit up there on the diocese and look at a plan, but when you can't physically go out there and look at the site, we don't know all of the constraints that could come up. And I can't tell you how many times we've sat up here and listened to someone come and say, hey, have you been to the property? Because there's a topography issue, or this water's a problem, or there's a drainage issue, or my fence is 5 feet on this person's property, and now we're trying to solve a problem at the public hearing. And so trying to encourage even myself or staff to go out and look at the site and take photos of that and add it to the staff report, I think will be huge for all of you as well as you look at and take deliberation on these types of projects. The second part of this is we're updating some of our checklists too. So we're going to make sure that we get the right information for you so that we can have that and insert that into the staff report. And then the third part of that is I've actually looked at some of our training documents. We call it project review checklist. So basically, I went ahead with the team's help and created this project review template or checklist that I created that the planner can actually physically use as they review the application before they deem it complete, to make sure that they're getting everything they need. So the reality is that the timelines may get stretched a little bit on the front end to get applications to you, but the goal is to make sure that we have everything in a line. So when it comes to both bodies, we can just say they comply or they meet the requirements. So we're not having to again deliberate or continue out projects at the hearing. I shared some of this information with our development community, and they were in favor of that strategy. They don't want to get in front of these bodies, both of you, and trying to figure out conditions or solutions to problems. We'd like to get those corrected ahead of time, and I think everyone would agree and like to do that as well. So that's what I mean by it's kind of a three-prong approach. So let's get the right checklist, let's use the right tools, and let's make sure the staff report has the right information so we're looking at the codes and the comp plan correctly. So as I dive into this, and Caleb mentioned to you, so we started with this about a year ago, and other top priorities took precedence, but I'm happy to be here with you tonight. So you can see here, probably the biggest thing on page 1 is we're no longer calling it a staff report. We're going to call it a department report. Because really staff we're a recommending body. We're the technical experts. We come to you and say, hey, this meets plan and the code, you get to make the decision. And so we figure we'll lay it out that way, so it's not a negative connotation to a staff report. It's just a department report that provides you with all the information and facts in order for you to make a decision. Again, we'll have the planner contact information, the applicant, and then the applications and location. Also, there's be some hyperlinks built into the staff report that will take you to various pages throughout the document. So if you're wanting to know, if this vicinity map is too small for you, you can click on this location word here, and it'll take you right to the vicinity map at the end of the document in the exhibit section. So you can bounce back and forth between the staff report as you read through it, which I think is a great feature. Believe it or not, ACHD recently went through their staff reports and updated their template, and that was one of the suggestions that I asked them to do, because if you haven't noticed, their new staff reports have a one-page summary, attached to them. And I said, you know, if there is an issue, why don't you create this hyperlink so someone can click on that, and that person can go right to the body of the staff report and read why it's meeting your policies. I don't know if they've implemented it, but it was a suggestion that I gave them. But I'm pretty proud of that. I think that's going to help you navigate, and also even the public navigate through the staff reports, because they do get pretty complex. So this particular project is one that both of you have seen. It was the Victory Artisan project off of Eagle and Victory Road. So it was about a 13-acre piece of property. If you recall, it was a project that had a small commercial component and some residential. It was a multifamily project and part of a mixed-use community designation. And the reason why I used this particular project was I wanted to showcase how you can use this tool, because not only will this look at the specifics of this project, but it will also look at a certain 1 mile radius of the adjacent area, so you can see how it impacts the area, the projects in that the immediate 1 mile area. And you can see how density can change, how the number of units change in that area. In this particular case, council had recommended that they lose the commercial component in favor of all residential units. And so you can see how the mix of residential units and the commercial had changed in that mixed use designation as well. So it's going to be a pretty dynamic tool that if this body, either one of you decide to continue a project and want more analysis, we can look at that in a mixed use area. We can say, okay, there's either too much residential in this area or is there not enough commercial, and we can do that and continue projects out and help you with that information so you don't have to be left up on the diocese making that call at the public hearing. So again, here's the summary. Again, we want to highlight the issues right away in the staff report. So I typed up a few quick sentences for you. So this one, again, you guys had continued it to lose the commercial in favor of the residential. So the plans were modified. And then also it had an access to Eagle Road that needed a council waiver. So it's just, we can highlight those things for the commission and council earlier in the staff report. And then of course, we'll put our recommendation, and then after whatever body makes the decision, we'll go back and say what the final determination was on that front page of the staff report. Community metrics stay pretty similar to what you have, but again, we'll include those descriptions, but again, you can click on these hyperlinks and go right to the staff report or to those maps in the exhibit sections, which I think will help you navigate and see how the zoning plays in with the surrounding land uses. Pre-application meeting dates, neighborhood meeting dates, site posting, all of that will be here just in a different format. All of these are part of the public record that's on Laserfish, so no need to really put specific dates, but we can just give people links to that as well and let you know when those are held. Again, a lot of these have been simplified from the previous staff report, and what I mean by that is a lot of the data that we were putting in this table are already part of the comments from police and fire, so all we're doing is creating a hyperlink for you to go down to those comments in the staff report, or at least get to the public record to find them. Really the biggest concerns from what we hear is we want to just make sure whatever you are approving, they're consistent with the master plans that the city has adopted. And then there's the school and for capacity of schools as well for you that you guys have been bringing up as of late. So really nothing new there, just restructured in the staff report. Here's where the staff report starts getting dynamic. This is where we take that 1 mile radius from the boundary of that project, and we can start plugging in the data and running those numbers, and you can see how a project can change an area and you can see how much the population growth has changed from a certain time period. I was talking with Brian before the meeting tonight, and he was saying a lot of this data comes from Compass too. It was kind of integrating some of the work that they're doing for us as well. And I also like to mention to the commission and council that this is really a team effort. You know, this is the feedback we heard from you, we heard from staff, we've heard from the public. It's a way we think that we can really explain data to all the various agencies and bodies and residents that look at our reports. So again, this is that artisan mixed use project, so you can see how it's changed in that particular area. So in that particular area, 79% are single families to 21% of multifamily units. So it's neat to see that information, because we don't always look at the bigger picture when we're looking at a projects on a project basis. That's the one thing that I really like about this staff report. And then you can see even more data and breakdowns on that. So you can see, we can even look at the net density in that mile radius with the addition of the new project. Here's another one that we thought was important is ACHD and kind of their level of service and how they operate. So again, we can take their staff report, look at this information, and then even populate that and simplify it for people to understand that. This graph is easy for people to understand. Now, it doesn't say what a level of service D is, but at least it lets them know that if it's working right, or we can get them to the staff report so they can look at that. We thought that was a critical component, given the fact that we always seem to hear talk, at least when I'm at the hearing, most concerns are around density and ACHD or road improvements. So it's a good tool or resource to have in a staff report. Here's something that we've been using for a while, just haven't incorporated into the staff report, is our service impact summary or tool. That's built into our GIS system. So any property in our GIS map, we can click on this and run a report, and we can tell you how basically we're grading the project. How does it meet up to our standards? And so in this particular case, you can see there it rated poorly for walkability and transit, but everything else it was good. And once I get to the exhibits in the staff report, you'll see that there's even a more refined report in here that tells you what all these things mean. And here's what Caleb was talking about, linking some of the policies to the UDC. So again, we'll give you an overview of what the underlying comp plan designation is and what they're proposing. Again, give you that history, a lot of the things that you guys like to see in a quick summary, quick table. Again, like Caleb said, reduce the words and show you more in graphics so you know what's happening. This was in the existing staff report that we're using. This was at the beginning of the staff report, and we felt it was more appropriate down here with the analysis so you can see how that correlates to how we're reviewing the project. So again, in this particular application with the Artisted Market project, it was 132 multifamily units, and then you can see the gross density and the net density. And then here's how it shapes up as far as the mixed use project property metric. So again, correlates to the comp plan again. You can see land use and density. You'll hear us at the hearings on multiple times saying the comp plan anticipates a density range. Here we actually have a graph that shows you where it falls within that range. So easily understandable. Same thing with all these other ones and what they could get, and then how the trip generation works in correlation to that specific land use. So again, just presenting the data a little bit differently so people can see that it's either at the high end, the middle range, or the low end of the comprehensive plan policies. And then same thing here. Here's the split. So this is one that had Brian analyze because this was an area that was part of a larger mixed-use community area. So I think this body is aware of when Brian, or at least long range, came before you and we changed all the mixed-use standards just recently. We wanted to know how, if someone comes in and they're a part of a mixed-use project, we want to make sure how does that relate or integrate with the remaining portion of it. And so I think this graphic here does a great job of providing that information to you. It actually aligns better with what you guys acted on with those mixed-use standards. Because now we can take that and say, okay, currently have 30 acres of that area developed. This is the last 14 acres or 15 acres. How does it fit, or what does it do to the mix of commercial to residential ratios in that? If we went one way, if we wanted more residential, how does that impact the services in that area? If we go more commercial, how does that impact the density in the area? Again, it's very dynamic, and the reason why I really wanted to use this project was just because of the fact that council, when you acted on this project, you said we wanted all residential. We don't think we needed it any more commercial. And so we could have continued that project. We could have taken out that acreage of that commercial, done this math for you, and brought it back to you and say, here's the difference. Here's the comparison. And you could have had a real world approach of how this would be impacted by moving that 3 acres of commercial from that site. And then, again, this is just more giving you the history process. This is typical analysis. The one thing that I like about this, and I have to actually give Brian kudos on it because he came up with it. The dynamic piece of this staff report is how do we relate the comp plan and the UDC under one section rather than breaking it up into two. And Brian came up with the idea of coming up with a theme, like transportation services, site design. That's how we did it. And a lot of our comprehensive plans or policies are broke up that way too. We have policies that speak about extension of city services. We have policies that speak to landscaping. We have policies that speak to site design. And so it just made a logical sense to do that. And so that's a lot of the analysis that you'll see in this new staff report. That's how we'll do it. We'll actually, if there's a code section, we're going to link the code to the policy so that you can see how they relate. And we can say the applicant meets these policies because they're meeting the code, these standards. And it'll link it a lot better. And I think it'll help the general public understand what we do as well when we bring these recommendations to you. I didn't go ahead and populate all sections, but you can see here where it points the planner to certain UDC code sections or chapters. We've included stuff for PUDs, specific use standards in chapter 4. Again, here's another design theme that we have, design standards. So again, we've had some comp in parentheses, the comp plan, so that lets the planner know there's policies consistent with this code section that you can put in here and align with this, which I think will read pretty well. And then on landscaping, here's an example that I threw in here of how I thought it could work. Again, I don't know exactly how every planner has a different writing style. Which I think is fine as long as we're looking at code and doing things consistently. That's the important thing, I think, from staff's perspective. But this is one way you could do it. Not saying it's the only way. And then again, a lot of the things that you see in these sections and the analysis of the staff report coincide with that checklist that I created for the planner to use as they analyze the project. Make sure it meets the comp plan, old development agreements, UDC requirements. And then also I can envision this, for example, if staff wants revisions to a plat or a site plan, you can also create that hyperlink so that you could read the analysis and then go right to the site plan and the staff report so you can correlate that text with the site plan and why you can see how that works or why we're asking for that particular change. And then as far as Exhibit 3 in the staff report, again, these will be all of the conditions of approval that we could get from internal staff and outside agencies. So you can see we go pretty high in the alphabet to end. And like Caleb said, if some of these aren't applicable, we can keep them hidden like they are. You can expand them or leave them closed. It won't matter. And then same thing with findings. So in our code, there's specific findings for a lot of our development applications that kind of what's the basis of why we're in front of you and how we find a project meets the requirements of the plan and the UDC. Same thing here. Not all of these apply to every project. But again, since this would be a training tool for any new staff members and existing staff members, again, you can expand it and there you have the applicable findings in there. And if they're not necessary, just contract them. And then at the end, again, summary of what you guys have done. And then all of
Phil, can I interrupt you real quick?
yeah, absolutely, Jeff.
On the section you were just showing, where you had all of our local ACHD, West Ada School District. Can I make a suggestion just based on a current one we're looking at? Is there any way you can put in I love what you're doing, maybe a blank number in there, so when we end up with something that's not on that list, like the CUNA School District, we can add that?
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yes, we can. All right, thanks, Caleb. Yeah, like I said, we don't know everybody, but that's a good point. We need to look at that and add that. Or certainly we can add that as a CUNA school district because we're getting more and more encroaching into their area as we head into South Meridian. That's an easy fix. Thank you for that suggestion. And then also to keep everything simplified, we've, and this is pretty consistent in the valley. So we've also looked at other municipalities and their staff reports. It's nice to have exhibits all in one area rather than going through the staff report. So you can get a comprehensive review of the project. So again, in the current staff report, all the project maps are small squares on one half a page, and it's hard to see what's going on. So we thought it would be easier just to zoom in, or at least have them their own separate maps so that you can see them in a larger format and review them. And again, we'll add old projects in here. I threw in, here's where I was speaking to you about going to the actual site, getting some photos and putting those into the staff report so you can see existing conditions on the ground. That way, if a neighbor comes and says, my fence is falling down, you're going to see that photo and say, yep, it is falling down. Thank you for letting us know. Here's that service accessibility report that coincides with the earlier graphic that I showed you. So this shows you what we mean, how you get a good green, red, or yellow designation on it. This is the criteria we use for that graph. Again, this comes out of our GIS map. And then again, if it's a CUP, you're going to have a site plan. This one I dropped in a landscape plan for you. Qualified open space. Again, the intent here is some of these areas will be applicable, some of them won't. We probably either delete that page or leave it blank. If you see a blank page in the staff report, just know it was intentional. Or we'll just delete it out. But that's really all I had as far as staff report template for you today. I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Always like to defer to our planning and zoning commissioners first. You guys go first for meetings, so we like to let you go first for questions, but
Thank you very much. I just have a couple questions and I'll open it up for the rest of the commissioners. But one of the questions I had on the staff report is it does show the date that the data was gathered. Can we also have some information in there, or would it be possible to add information in there as far as when the data is relevant to, or specifically to ACHD and the school districts? You know, sometimes we look at data that's 2 to 5 years old, and that's, to me, that always comes in question, especially for, you know, really populous areas. It would be nice to see that in there for certain. Commissioners, we have any other questions? Commissioner Lorcher?
Mr. Chair, I did have a question for staff. Back to the beginning where you had the community metrics, specifically the graph representation. Is the staff report is obviously an internal document for council and planning and zoning, but if I am a neighbor and I want to speak about a particular application, I can see this, right? So the only thing that kind of concerned me is that many people who come to planning and zoning specifically may only come once in their lifetime. And they don't know the language of the flow of a staff report as we do, because we see it all the time. And specifically under the metric graph representation, and I think it was an ACHD that showed the letter D. And, you know, if a person was for or not for a particular application and doesn't understand the lettering system, and, you know, to use that saying, well, why would you ever approve something that has a letter D to it? And I think it just could possibly add ammunition for negative feedback for a particular project because they don't understand the language of the report. I mean, you know, the city doesn't have control of the roads, nor of the schools, right? So those are not within our area, but they are also included. And again, for somebody to look at a report for one time only because it impacts the place that they live, I already hear it saying, well, why would you ever approve something that has an F designation for ACHD? Why would you do that? So I could just see some negative feedback coming back from the community because they don't understand the big picture of how a development or a subdivision or a CUP is approved regardless of other agencies that the city does not manage.
Can I respond to that? Commissioner Lorcher, it's a good observation. I think what I would like to try to do is see if we can't further explain, in this case, what D means. I don't want to hide the data. If it's D, then it's D, and we should, but to your point, we need to explain what that means, and how ACHD uses that and that they're, what level of service means and if D's okay or not. So similar to, I think, the one below, I think you can still see that, the one that Bill kind of explained what our SAT tool does. And this means when you get green, that you're within a quarter mile of existing pathway, you get a green. Or, when sewer service is available, you get a green. We can do a similar thing, I think, with ACHD's level of service and say, this means this is how much delay there is and what is acceptable to ACHD. Still may not be acceptable to the public or to the decision makers, but at least we can explain what D means. I do think this is valuable information though, so it's good feedback, and I think let's figure out a way that we can, again, a fourth grader picks this up and they go, D, that's bad, you know what? I bring a D home and that's not good news, right? So let's explain, yeah, D actually isn't great, but it is worse, and ACHD today is okay with D. But again, explain what that means, how much delay you can expect with a level of service C or a D or an F. So anyways, I appreciate the comment.
Commissioner Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think Commissioner Lorcher brought up a good point. I think for me, when I was looking at this, I think one of the benefits of figure 3 is there's kind of an axis that you can say, hey, good, marginal, poor. I think honestly, simply, it's something as simple as laying out what all the possible ratings are and understanding where D is situationally and in context could be helpful. Just, knowing that it's where it sits relative to the other measurements and kind of what is acceptable to ACHD. That's just a thought there. But the main question that I had, especially in light of kind of some of the recent conversations we've had around, transition space and ratios and things like that, I wonder if there's value, and I don't know if this is possible, so this is kind of the question or suggestion, if it's possible to maybe take that same, or at least some of the measurements that we're looking at the 1 mile radius, is it possible to, in some cases, shrink that radius or customize the size to say, hey, relative to this specific context, I'm thinking, and I don't want to speak too much about I don't want to speak too much about things that could be pending, but like, for example, Paramount, would it be possible to zoom into that local area, to that neighborhood and say, hey, here's where this development or this proposal sits, not just within the 1 mile radius, but within the context of the community that it's kind of neighboring or part of?
Yeah, Commissioner, I think that is something, and Bill kind of explained that a little bit with the removal of the commercial elements of this subject project we're using as a case study here. In fact, Brian has the table. I haven't used it as much, but we do have it pulled up, and you can adjust different areas. So again, some of that maybe over time we can do more on the fly or at hearings. Right now it's pretty new, and the training is still pretty new for staff. So I'm not going to guarantee we can do that sort of again on the spot. But that is certainly possible with the continuation, and we can rerun the numbers and bring it back and whatnot. And again, I'm hopeful even over time we can have, GIS open and use that again at the time. If someone wants to know what a quarter mile in all direction looks like, or whatever, we could do similar computations.
Quick question on when it displays the numbers or the data for the density calculations in there, does it automatically remove anything that wouldn't be relevant, commercial, for instance, okay, just that's something I didn't see specifically in there, but I'm sure it will be a question that people ask. And then as we expand and that mile radius includes a lot of undeveloped land, how do we reconcile that to kind of paint an accurate picture as to the depiction of, you know, how many houses, how many people are in that area that is developed already and not left undeveloped?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, it is tough. I can't see the screen all that great, but there are other graphs that talk about percentage of areas annexed and developed. So it should paint the picture. Again, in this case, I think it was 100% of the mixed use area that had been annexed. But there are counts done and analysis done to show that again, maybe you're the first, maybe you're the last, or somewhere in the middle. And taking county parcels into account when they are within that area of analysis. I don't know if that fully answers your question, and quite honestly, I don't know that I can fully answer your question anyways, but there is a computation and some pie charts, I believe, that show some of what you're asking about.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Grace, go ahead.
So just in terms of how the report reads, what I liked about the other report sometimes is I think you would put things in bold where findings didn't meet code or didn't meet a particular standard. I guess I don't have a specific question, but can we make sure we keep sort of that functionality? Like if you're going to hide potentially things in section 3, maybe findings, is it the intent to only hide things that just aren't relevant? Okay. Because I was thinking, I'm kind of a big color coder, so if you could color code things that just draw our attention to areas that we might need to, you know, to focus on. That's a big help in the existing reports, and to the extent you can work it into this, I think it'd be helpful as well. My second question is probably not doable, but is there any way to incorporate the presenter into the report? Sometimes I like to personalize the conversation, and if you don't always hear who's presenting, you don't catch the name, you don't. And I know that may change right up until the moment of the hearing, so it could be difficult, but it's just a consideration that, you know, I've thought about in the past, so.
If maybe I can just make sure I understand that request, because we may or may not be able to do that, but you're talking about, so we have applicant information, but who's actually speaking or we anticipate presenting from the applicant side? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, yeah, I think there have been occasions where I've just missed the name, right? I try to write it down so I can have a conversation with them, but I recognize there's limitations on that. You just may not know, or it may change at the last minute, or, but sometimes I'll be scrambling to look through the paperwork to see who's presenting this.
Yeah.
And so just a thought, but not a critical issue.
I have Mr. President, if I may. I do appreciate that feedback, because I would like to gauge the council and commission's preference on highlight, bold, underline, because we hear different from the development community. Like, why are you doing that? You're highlighting that issue. You're bringing that to its attention. I'm like, well, we have to. That's what we're charged to do. And so oftentimes staff will hear negative feedback from the applicant for doing that. So I just wanted to make sure, at least from everybody here up at the diocese, that you guys like that approach, and at least I can have some support as we have those conversations with our stakeholders and our development community, because I think it does add value. We should be bringing those to your attention, in my opinion. And with this staff report, if there's an issue, it's going to be right there on the front page. And that's where it's going to happen.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Lorcher, go ahead.
to comment to Bill's point, if the applicant says, you know, you're highlighting the bad parts, but you can say, well, we've only highlighted it twice compared to the 30 pages that haven't been highlighted, right? Because you're bringing up some issues that, you know, need attention because they might not conform to code or whatever the case might be, might need some variance on it. But I guess maybe you take the opposite approach and saying, well, we only highlighted 2 areas or 3 areas that have concerns, but here's the rest of the report that doesn't have any. So, and then to Commissioner Grace's point, maybe instead of on your staff report, the name of the presenter that night could be on the agenda, because that's usually printed at the last minute, correct? So, just a suggestion.
Councilmember Strader, I think you had a question?
Thank you. I did. Just some feedback. I think it's fantastic, like overall fantastic improvement. I really appreciated, I was actually going to highlight, I like that you put the issues on the first page. That has always been, as we've looked at this, and even back when I was a community development liaison, that was like my main feedback is strengths and weaknesses right up front. I think that's really important. I know that I'm sure we'll all support you in that. I would be surprised if people would not. That's really critical. We're looking to you as the experts to tell us what the issues are so we don't waste time. I think you can solve for, further information on ACHD grading, et cetera, with just like some boilerplate language that goes into every staff report that's like in a footnote or whatever you decide. The only thing I thought might be worth adding, and I think it would be a future enhancement when you had time to work on it, would be if we had a metric, we're going to need to think about this a little bit, but if there was a metric or a way of trying to summarize transition in residential developments and kind of either grade transition or look at height or something. I don't know exactly what that would look like, but I think if we had a way to try to arrive at a consensus around what good transition looks like or what challenges with transition look like, that might be really helpful, because that seems like where we always run into friction. And I think it could save us a lot of time if we could arrive to a place where we had like a consensus around that and some sort of a metric or a grading or a standardization of how to look at it. I think that would save us so much time. But just overall, my feedback is this is really going in a good direction. And I'm all about efficiency, and I don't want us to sacrifice anything. I don't think you are. To me, this is just really cleaning up and a much more streamlined way of presenting the information you provided previously. So I'm excited. And of course, we're going to look at examples as we go, and, you may refine it or decide, hey, we're going to change this or that. But my feedback so far is great job. Thanks.
Mr. President.
Councilmember Taylor.
Bill and Caleb and the rest of the staff, I agree this is a significant improvement. What I found often in the first few months as I've been really digging into it is I would get lost in the staff reports. Trying to find what do I need to know, what's important, what are the issues, how do I navigate it? Found myself reading, a lot of the same things over and over and just would get lost. And so I think the change of telling me right up front, here are the issues that you need to consider and that are important is very helpful. And then I can go and navigate through the staff report to dig into those issues a little bit more. So I think anything you can do to make it easy to navigate, which I really like, and I especially like the grouping by topic. That's really great. But because at least the way I would go through these projects, reading it from page 1 to page whatever, that's not helpful. You get lost and you wonder. So I actually navigate through the document as I need to. So I like having the information up front saying, here's the issues you need to pay attention to. Here's the issues that need to be decided. And then let me navigate. I think that will be a significant improvement. I'm a child at heart, so coloring it is great. Tell me a story with visuals, because I can get it instantly. And what I don't understand, I can then dig into the words. The hyperlinks are great. I want to have the information easily accessible, but I don't want to have it on the paper because it just get lost, get overwhelmed. So I like the use of hyperlinks to all that stuff quickly. Again, it's a way to interact with the document. That's very, very helpful. And I think the only other feedback I would have for ways to improve it, anything you can do to reduce words is huge. Narrative, in my opinion, having things written out in narrative form is hard. to follow for a long period of time. So I'm a big advocate of bullet points. I mean, I'm looking at even just in the summary here, that's probably fine how it is, but you could see how you could take that out of a narrative form. I don't want to read a narrative. I want to look at the information, get it quickly, understand what I need to spend more time on to research it. So if there's a way to reduce that, I would hope that would be even helpful for staff. I can only imagine the amount of time it takes staff to put these reports together. It's a lot. So if there's a way to reduce words, I think that's a huge improvement. And last thing I'll say is I think there's a big win for transparency with the public to be able to look at how are we making decisions and what's the information that we have. As someone who just started really looking at these staff reports in January, it's quite the task until you get used to it. So I think this is a big improvement for transparency for people.
Mr. President.
Councilmember Overton.
So first a comment. Is it possible just on the one ACHD piece to do another hyperlink? Just to get to that table? There's enough hyperlinks that you've got where we don't have to put that metric there. We can just score that road, but have a hyperlink for those that don't understand it. My only comment, the rest is mostly a huge congratulations. It was 2 months ago or so that Council Vice President Strader and I met with Brian and Caleb and talking about streamlining the future of what we'd like to see. And you guys were already way ahead of what we were asking for. I remember mentioning to Brian that I'd love to see something more visual, like a scorecard that we could look at and understand as we looked at these developments, where we are at, where this one was at, where we were at in that section of the community. And Brian's a pretty good poker player because he was way ahead of the game and he never let me know that. But this is exactly the sort of thing that I was hoping for, where it's not just words, but it's a mixture of visuals as well that make it so much easier to understand. And I need to comment just on the beginning. When you talked about not having a consultant, I'm so glad you didn't do that, because to me, your department is so loaded with talent, with the knowledge, skills, and abilities to get this job done, that a consultant would have been a waste of time and could have sent you down the wrong path. And I really appreciate the fact that you did this in-house with the people you had doing it for us.
Mr. President, if I can, I want to just echo that a little bit and just say we do have definitely talented staff. This wasn't necessarily on their work plan though. So they had to make time, and I do appreciate that as well. So not only are they capable, they made the, some extra bandwidth in their day to help develop this. So I am appreciative of that too, because it's not about the capabilities. It's often just about the other things that are on our plate. And that's why it's taken longer than we maybe would have hoped. But it is what it is. We're here now. I appreciate the comments.
One other item I was kind of just thinking of, and maybe the rest feel the same. One of the things I try to do when I first look at these is to see what is the public input on this. Is it worthwhile? And I guess I'm asking everybody to know right up front, do we have 37 emails from the public on this, or do we have one or none? I think when you're doing a quick glance at these, that's a consideration. Sometimes you can tell because the room is full, but that might be another important, item that we want to know about early.
Commissioner Grace, it's a good comment. We got to remember the staff report goes to print about a week before the hearing though. So we can't give you numbers, but I was just talking to Bill, and I know we talked about, and with the clerk and legal even, about a link to the project folder in Laserfish that's a direct, so you don't have, again, it's all just integrated in one. There were some conversations about record and where some concern with if that's the only place that lives and then that link goes away or something, we don't have a complete record over time. We'll look into that again. I can't remember that full conversation. So again, I don't think we've had we could give you a number, but it would be just a number at a point, kind of sort of an arbitrary point in time whenever the staff report was finished. And most of those comments usually come in, 48 hours before the hearing and whatnot, so it would be dated. But a link to the project folder, I know we tried that, and in fact, we missed the link in one of them, right? So we'll try to improve that. That may be one of the things that you see over time as a better way to, again, put it all comprehensively, think of this as your table of contents almost, and you can go and grab stuff from other places at ACHD's website, in our Laserfish, whatever, wherever that information is, and you have it at a click or two. So it's a good comment, and we did play with a lot of what you're talking about, not the number of how many comments we've had, but again, trying to integrate that more.
So Caleb, I think to that point, and I think that's at least the place that I'm going to kind of try and continue to drive staff to get to. I recognize the project folder needs to exist. It is challenging for people who aren't in it in a regular basis to navigate through it. So my challenge for you would be is, yes, let that project folder exist, but this is the doorway to everything that we could find. The project folder is accessible through a link here. And whether it is, here's a link to all the public feedback. Here's a link to ACHD, school district, et cetera. I want to touch on a couple of things real quick because I think there's a couple of things that you have done that I think have been really a game changer for us. And that is the impact summary. I would encourage you to even elevate that almost to the top. I think maybe some future conversations. There's some other things that I think from an impact summary should be included. Again, schools and roads should, to me, be factored into an impact summary. If I'm a citizen and I'm looking at this, I want to know what a proposed development is going to impact my community. Along those lines, I would also encourage you to have a link to this, how those metrics are determined, right? Some of us are a little bit more nerdy about this stuff, and it's like, well, how do I get a green? What does constitute a yellow? Why is this red? So being able to let the public understand how those determinations are made, I think is going to be helpful. And I think for every avenue that we can, we know that all of us that are up here in this a lot more than John and Jane Q citizen, but I want that to be as accessible to them as it is for us. And so as much links that points to this is what an R2 is, this is what an R4 is, so that our citizens can really get to all the information that is pertinent to the application that's in front of them. I also want to be sensitive, and we'll look to your feedback on, like one of our good planning and zoning commissioners touched on this, the staff time that goes into putting these together. So tonight you're getting kind of peppered with requests and polishes and have you thought about. And so I think our hope is that you will take that into account and bring back to us maybe some additional changes and improvements. We really want to take into account to the staff time that goes into these. And maybe to that point is, I guess maybe my question for both of you is, Mayor Simison has talked at great lengths that he's encouraging staff to provide more subjective feedback from the planning department. Do you have a plan to capture that in the staff report? Recognize, right? Code is the science, but you also as subject matter experts have been encouraged from our mayor to provide a little bit more of that art from your personal perspective. Do you foresee a spot within the staff report where you would provide that?
Council President Kevner, council members, commissioners. Yeah, I actually, and Bill, I think I could, again, there's a little bit of a glare, and the one he populated, he rolled some of the information in. I'm trying to think of what the element was actually he used as the example, but we'll still use not only the bolds and the highlights, but also probably the italics that is staff analysis part. So, we'll cite the code, we'll cite the policy, and then we're still humans. We're not robots. So there is going to be analysis that still goes into this. And we want that to be clear that this isn't the adopted code. This is our professional analysis based on the codes and the policies above. Here's what staff thinks or feels or believes or however they want to word that, right? We all use different language, but so I certainly think there's going to be that personal touch here. And again, it's not just project in and it just spits out the answer. It's complex and there's a lot of moving parts and pieces. So not just one, area where there's analysis. That'll probably be early, right, in some form or fashion, and then you get through a lot of the data, And then with each thing that maybe requires a little bit more personal touch or opinion, or I've seen this before, I'd prefer it be. But again, we're making a recommendation, so that will even morph over time. But yeah, we will still insert our professional judgment within the context, again, right in the same area as the adopted codes and policies. So you can read that. Here's what the community says is important. Here's what the code is. Here's how we interpret that and are applying that. There's gray areas still in that a lot of times, but again, it's all right there. So we're not getting rid of,
Great.
you know, I pay people to be people, again, not robots. I want them to, that's why, sorry, I'm also just excited about the 1 mile even or further if we wanted to, or less than. Put it into context.
Yeah.
This project here may be great, over there it doesn't fit. So that is some of what we have to do as professional planners, is look at it, make sure it's a good fit for the neighborhood.
Thank you. And one maybe just additional item. At one point, staff was preparing, along with the information that we were receiving from the school district about student generation, staff was providing extra analysis about projects that have been approved but not yet constructed and how that plays into student generation. I know we're kind of in a new evolution with our relationship with West Ada, and we're getting new staff in place. But I would certainly encourage that to also be part of this report as well.
Okay.
Mr. President?
Please.
Touching on a little bit of what has been said as well. Starting out with the issues is a great place to go, but like in trying to develop Meridian into the premier community, can we also list some things that help with that? I mean, if somebody's really, they're donating a school site, they put in an amphitheater. I mean, I'm just thinking of some stuff. They exceed open space requirements by 20%. They exceed parking requirements, but I mean, they've really gone above and beyond to help that application be something unique or special. Is there the ability to capture that possibly, so that, and that might help with some of the negative feedback that we get from developers as well, is like, yes, we bolded the issues, but at the same time, we're also highlighting where this is exceptional for whatever reason that might be. And I don't know how you would set the criteria for that, but that would be helpful as well.
And maybe I'll start that just off the top of my head. And if anyone else wants to come up and maybe have other ideas, I think we could use, again, we use bold and highlight. I don't know why we couldn't do that for good things. We could highlight things that are outstanding about a project. Hey, they've got twice as much open space that's required, or, and again, it's going to be somewhat personalized. It's not twice. It may be whatever that metric is for that individual planner that's reviewing it, saying, hey, I really like this aspect about it. I think they're really hitting it right on the head with what we're talking about here. But I think we could do something just, again, as simple as using a highlight or bold. This is great. This is premier. At least in my opinion. This is what I think, we'd like to see more of these types of things. I think that's possible. I saw some heads nodding. I don't know. And again, I don't know if anyone else has any other thoughts about how you could do those things that are, again, premier-like. But we could start doing that as well. Fair and balanced.
Please.
Yeah, I think that personally, that's a great option. I guess from what I hear, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's a desire, appreciate the application of code and the interpretation, the professional judgment there. I think what I'm hearing and what I feel sometimes a little bit is a desire for a little bit more policy prescriptive kind of judgment rather than descriptive kind of judicial interpretation judgment, if you will. And so I think that just leaning into that and more bolding certain areas that planner feels are exceptionally strong or issues, and maybe just kind of, not a major change, but just dialing up the knob a little bit on that could be a good addition, I think, in my personal view.
Yeah, we'll talk about and look for opportunities to do that in bullet point form. No, I don't. There are some conflict. I'm trying to think of how do you tell a story when it's in a table or something. But no, I think we'll look for those opportunities.
Great. Any other questions, comments? All right then. Well, our mayor is not here, so as maybe as we wrap up a couple of things, I want to thank our commissioners for joining us. We don't get the opportunity to be around you all on a regular basis, and that's intentional. We want you to be able to conduct your meetings as you see fit. But I want you to know, I rarely speak for the council, but I feel really confident in doing this, is that we appreciate your service. And I know that my peers review the minutes, watch the meetings before we render a decision to take your feedback into consideration before we make a decision. So thank you for your great work. Sometimes these meetings are challenging. These issues are hard. We know that you are here because you care about our community, and we just wanted to say thanks. In addition, a couple of just notes that I will pass along to you is we want you all to feel like that you are empowered to make your decisions. And I know, at least my first year, maybe my first 10 years on the council, I've tried to keep my head down. I didn't want people to know that I was still figuring things out. We would invite you, though, if you need added training or support from staff or otherwise, we want to make sure that that's available for you. We want you to feel very confident in your decisions when you're before people, developers, really trying to do what is best for the community to make sure that you feel really confident in the decisions that you are making. In addition, as someone who watches your meetings, I know there's been some deliberation about, boy, if staff has recommended denial, not feeling confident, maybe you could overrule that decision. Or if staff is recommending support, if you disagree, to move towards denial. We appreciate our staff, and we're fortunate we get to see them every week and thank them for what they do. Probably we don't thank them enough for what they do. And it's a collaboration. And so we all have different flavors for things that we like. If you disagree, we want you to also feel empowered to speak up about that and not feel that this process is important. We're not just here to check a box. We really value your feedback. So feel free to be bold and voice your concern or support one way or another. And then lastly, this is I think for all of us. While we all love doing this, it sometimes can be challenging. And it's hard sometimes when a developer or a neighbor is before us and they're questioning our decision-making or our values. It's easy. I've been really guilty of saying something out loud that I didn't mean to say in my head, but it came across that way. And so just a reminder, we're all neighbors with each other, and to take that into consideration. And we're all empowered to be objective in our decision-making, but 99% of the people that are before us are looking at things very subjectively. It's either a large business investment or impacts the largest personal investment they have ever made. And so they tend to take some of the things that we say, well, unintended personally, and just encourage you when we've got people that are before us. I say this as much for myself. I've been working on this for 10 years. I still fail a lot. I'm sure 10 years from now, I'll be regretting something I say later on this evening. But just take into consideration that the folks that are before us are our neighbors, and give them that good consideration that we would want if we were on the other side of the dais. And with that, we appreciate you being here. Our excellent clerk, I think, has purchased sandwiches that are back there for us, so you can have some dinner before you go home. I know we ask a lot of you as commissioners, and sandwiches don't fully reflect our appreciation, but I appreciate the strong fiscal stewardness of the taxpayer dollars to have a little treat to say thanks for joining us this evening. And unless there's any other comments, I would entertain a motion.
Council President,
Councilor Schrader.
I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Motion to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
And we are adjourned.
Council will call the meeting to order. For the record, it is May 7th, 2024 at 6:03 PM. We'll begin tonight's regular city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh,
Here.
Councilwoman Little Roberts, Councilman Taylor,
Here.
Councilman Overton,
Here.
Councilwoman Strader, Mayor Simmons.
Here. Next up is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all please rise and join us in the pledge. We had nobody sign up for the invocation. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk? And then with that, we will move on to adoption of the agenda. Councilman Cavanagh.
It's on, Dean. I just need to put the mic in my face. Apologies. Mayor, no changes to the agenda, so I move we approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve the agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is agreed to. Next up is the consent agenda.
Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
move we approve the consent agenda for the mayor to sign, the clerk to attest.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is agreed to. There were no items moved from the consent agenda, so we will move on to our proclamation this evening, which will be number item 18, which is the World Ovarian Cancer Day. And is Tiffany here? Okay, Tiffany, if you and anybody else would like to join me at the podium. So Tiffany, we'll go ahead and read the proclamation and then turn it over to you for any additional comments. I see you got a fan club here this evening, so that's great. Whereas ovarian cancer is the fifth leading cause of cancer deaths of women in the United States and causes more deaths than any other gynecological cancer. And whereas in the United States, a woman's lifetime risk of being diagnosed with ovarian cancer is about 1 in 78. And whereas the American Cancer Society estimates 19,680 cases of ovarian cancer will be newly diagnosed in 2024, and 12,740 individuals will die from the disease nationwide, including 110 new cases and 80 deaths in Idaho. And whereas the 5-year survival rate for ovarian cancer is 50%, and survival rates vary greatly depending upon the age and stage of diagnosis. And whereas there is not currently an effective diagnostic tool for screening and early detection does not exist. Therefore, I, Mayor Robert E. Simmons, hereby proclaim May 8th, 2024 as World Ovarian Cancer Day. In the city of Meridian, encourage all citizens to come alongside the women and their families fighting against ovarian cancer by increasing awareness, expanding research, and empowering women to reduce the risk of the diagnosis. Day, the 7th day of May, 2024. So on behalf of the city of Meridian, please accept this proclamation.
Thank you so much for letting me be here this evening, and thank you, Mayor Simpson. I appreciate it. I'm a state advocate leader for the Ovarian Cancer Research Alliance out of Washington, D.C. We raise money and awareness and funds for research, raise awareness for women, and support for families. And so we want to increase that awareness. I lost my mom to ovarian cancer at the age of 54 and my great-grandma to ovarian cancer at the age of 33. So it's very close and dear to my heart. And yes, I do have a fan club, so I love having my SASH sisters here and my family here as a part of the support. And I'm really happy that the city of Meridian was able to do this for us. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, as you're fixing the podium and making your way up, I just too want to thank Tiffany for being here. I'm fortunate enough in my private sector life to work for the American Cancer Society, and just want to say events like this and the work Tiffany, you and your colleagues do make a real big difference. So thank you for being here tonight, putting a bright spotlight on a very important issue. A lot of people don't know that cancer kills more Idahoans than any other disease, and we need great people like you to keep raising the awareness about this, and it's important. So thanks for being here tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for doing the proclamation.
Absolutely. And you are welcome to enjoy as much of this meeting as you would like, but don't feel obligated to stay unless you really want to enjoy it. So, Ms. Clerk, next on the agenda is public forum. Anyone signed up under that item?
Mr. Mayor, nobody signed up.
Okay. Then with that, we'll move on to Department Commission report. First up is the Meridian Anti-Drug Coalition update, which will be presented by Kendall and Haley.
All right, so Mr. Mayor and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on the Meridian Anti-Drug Coalition at tonight's meeting. We know you have a big agenda, so we'll keep it brief. I'd like to start by sharing the mission of the Meridian Police Department and the Meridian Anti-Drug Coalition. The MPD mission is to provide the highest quality of service in partnership with the community, to preserve and protect life and property through education, prevention, and enforcement. The MADC mission is to strengthen our community through substance abuse prevention. It is through these combined prevention efforts with the Meridian Police Department and a wide variety of other community partners that we serve the community we live in. So my name is Kendall Nagy, and I've been serving as the Substance Abuse Prevention Coordinator and MADC Director since 2015. I'm an Idahoan, born in McCall, and after 10 years of living there, moved to Boise, where I currently reside. Having family members who struggle with mental health and addiction has helped me empathize with others impacted by the unintended consequences of substance use and drives the passion that I have to work on prevention in our community.
And my name is Haley Blogg. I have been serving as the Anti-Drug Coalition Coordinator since 2022 and the MADC Secretary. And like many others in the prevention realm, I also have family members who have suffered from addiction. So that's why I just want to make a positive impact in our community.
So first I want to just kind of touch on a couple of the national standards, because doing this kind of work brings a lot of emotion. And we're really proud of the fact that after 20 years, we still stick to national standards and best practice. The coalition was built on the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, or also known as SAMHSA, Strategic Prevention Framework. The executive committee is comprised of 2 staff, along with 12 volunteer sector representatives from the community. Council member Ann Little Roberts has served as a business sector rep since 2020. We have roughly 25 to 35 active members at a given time, and more than 600 members who receive the MADC newsletter, along with a wide variety of community partners. Together, we implement data-driven strategies focused on environmental change. And we wanted to show a quick video, but we were just informed prior to the presentation, quick by, I mean 30 seconds, that the audio won't come through, but I think it's still important imagery to share, and I'll kind of do a little bit of audio to go along with it.
Chris, do you mind?
So this is going to be the video that introduces and highlights the work that we do. You can see with the subtitles some of the events that we do throughout the year. We actually have over 70 events that we participate in, sharing resources and prevention education. And that reaches roughly 30,000 community members. And so we then compile that data and highlight that in our annual education and prevention report that we do. And so that's a quick 30-second video that we use to share that as well. Next, we'd like to highlight some recent events, and by recent I mean in the past year, some of the things that we've been working on. We'd like to share that over the last, oh my gosh, I've been doing this almost a decade, but over the years, the marijuana laws have changed drastically across the country. We have fielded questions from concerned citizens asking why marijuana dispensaries in Oregon and Washington can advertise here in Idaho. We've heard from Meridian residents, Idahoans from the northern part of our state, and law enforcement partners from the west. After listening to these concerns, in August of 2023, Unified Development Code updates included changes to prohibit signs advertising illegal activity or any establishment that sells a controlled substance, as well as drug paraphernalia, as such terms are defined in Idaho Code Section 372701. On behalf of coalition members and concerned citizens, I'd like to thank all of those who supported and approved this policy change. This is just one of many examples of the collaborative efforts that keep Meridian a great place to raise a family. I'm now going to pass it over to Haley to share a couple additional highlights.
Okay, so on January 25th, 2024, MADC celebrated 20 years of prevention. The West Ada School District is a longtime partner of the coalition, and they hosted us for a celebratory lunch at their district office. We had over 120 city leaders, community partners, and prevention advocates in attendance. The theme of this event was past, present, and future, highlighting the 20th anniversary as the platinum anniversary, which is a strong and enduring for prevention efforts for years to come. We had 3 amazing keynote speakers: former Mayor Tammy DeVeerd, highlighting the history of MADC, Chief Tracy Basterachia, highlighting the present MADC initiatives, and he discussed how prevention aligns with law enforcement in the community. And Kendall shared future MADC goals and encouraged attendees in participation to get involved in prevention. The feedback that we received from the event was very moving and positive, and I'd like to share a quote of one of the attendees. The 20th anniversary was my first direct exposure to MADC and what you all have been able to accomplish. It was truly inspiring, and I have felt compelled to get involved in some way. Substance abuse hits home for me and my business partners. We all have family members who have struggled with use and addiction. We have had a few attendees that have gotten involved with the coalition after the event, and that really shows that anyone can get involved in prevention, whether that be just attending meetings, volunteering at events, or serving on the executive committee. Everyone can become advocates for prevention. As you may have noticed, there are some challenge coins that we set out for you. Our partners at North Point Recovery were able to create these challenge coins just to symbolize the event, so we wanted to share those with all of you. So this is another PSA that we film with local youth. So the Meridian Anti-Drug Coalition encourages local youth to get involved with prevention efforts, and we have various ways to do so. Some examples are serving as the youth sector representative on the executive committee or volunteering at different MADC events, and then filming a Natural High PSA, which this is right here. This is Sydney Nate. She served as our sector rep from 2023 to 2024, and she was an incredible addition to the coalition, and we were going to miss her as she heads to college next year. So Natural High is basically a campaign that focuses on positive prevention messaging and encourages youth to participate in healthy activities, sports, hobbies that make them feel good. I'm going to go ahead and share this, and I apologize for no audio. So her natural high is weightlifting, and she is a former dancer, so she really enjoys just how it clears her mind and helps her mental health, and basically just makes her stronger and more powerful to do a bunch of different things. So that'll be shown at the Village Cinema and Theater during the summer. So super fun opportunity for youth. As we move forward to future planning, last year we focused on partnering with Central District Health, and we trained multiple school resource officers in the evidence-based prevention program called Catch My Breath, and that is a vaping prevention program. I have also become a trainer in that program, so now I am certified to train the curriculum to other community members, school resource officers, basically anyone who wants to get certified to teach this curriculum.
And as we look to the future, we'd like to expand evidence-based programming that we offer to our partners, whether that be through Catch My Breath or a new additional program that increases prevention education and helps reduce risk factors for substance misuse. We're also looking at strengthening existing partnerships. For example, the prevention unit within the Meridian Police Department is enhancing communication with the West Ada School District, and we're meeting with administrators at Meridian schools. The school meetings that we've had thus far have been very successful, and we've been able to share multiple resources with families at parent nights and freshman orientations. Another example is promoting the prescription take-back days. Recently, we had coalition members drop off flyers and education about MADC and they did this in person, to local hospice, veterinary, and pediatrician offices. And the offices were very excited to learn about the opportunities and resources MADC has, and they were eager to get information out regarding the Prescription Take Back Day. The Prescription Take Back Day is an event that's sponsored by the DEA, and it occurs twice a year, once in the spring and once in the fall. And it's a drive-through format for community members to come by and dispose of unwanted, expired, or misused, unwanted medications to prevent misuse. Our last prescription take back was on April 27th, and we had about 290 cars drive through and dispose of 819 pounds of medication. So Kendall and I just wanted to provide a very high-level overview about the work that the coalition does, and we wanted to make sure that everyone knows that the MADC meetings are open to the public, and it's the third Thursday of each month, unless otherwise posted on the website. If anyone would like to get additional information, you can visit meridianmadc.org for more information. We wanted to thank you for your time and your continued support, Mr. Mayor and council members of MADC. And at this time, we'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you, Haley and Kendall. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Thank you for the presentation. Really appreciate it. Thinking back, I grew up in Idaho Falls and I remember the DARE program, DARE officers. Is this, help me connect that program from 30 years ago or whenever it was to this? I'm assuming a lot of the similar goals, but just the reason I highlight it is because I really think that getting into the schools is important. For me, I remember the officer, I remember the conversations, the things I learned as a kid about it. And it's so much better to prevent just one person from going down that pathway where addiction and all the troubles that come from abusing drugs, whether they're prescription or whatever it may be. So it's a very worthwhile effort to make sure that people understand the impact so they make better decisions. But I just like, if you can maybe take a minute to talk a little bit more about what you're looking at to more fully integrate, or not integrate, but like get into the schools, because for me, that made a difference.
Sure, Mr. Mayor and Councilman Taylor, I'd be happy to address that question. DARE still exists. It's still out there. We do see that in some of the rural communities throughout Idaho, where we can still see officers in their DARE car and they're doing that prevention and education for that local school district. As far as here in Meridian, working closely with West Ada School District, we actually have two representatives from West Ada that serve on the executive committee. And we work very closely at collecting data, making sure that we have a valid sample size of not only national and state data, but local data as well. And then through the use of looking at that data, we look at various ways that we can then get in and address the needs that determine the education that is needed for our schools in our area. And that happens in a variety of ways. We teach in the high schools, and we do a combo presentation with, Haley does this with the SROs and the school drug counselors or the counselors, talking about prevention and then what the school policy is and what resources are available and then what enforcement looks like. So it's a collaborative effort. As far as the middle schools, we go into the life skills classes, and when they are teaching the drug and alcohol curriculum, we go in and have conversations and do presentations there. We've also worked with them to integrate in suggestions in their policy changes when they've looked at what policy, I think it's 501.2 with West Ada looks like, as far as if they are receiving a violation on campus, and then what some of those next steps are if use has already been identified, and then the resources that are there. They have a parent information class where they require parents and the student to go to that class. It's a 3-series class, and we have resources. We have a family prevention packet that we've put together that historically has been offered at that class. So there's a lot of different ways. We meet with the counselors at the very beginning of the school year. So there's a lot of integration, and all of those different strategies speak to that strong partnership that we've had with West Ada School District dating back 20 years. You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, Kendall and Haley, I just want to say thank you. Having participated in, I don't know, 7 or 8 years now, I believe I learned about MADC when I was liaison to the police my first term on council, and never left, because they are such a dynamic group of volunteers that these two manage. I can't say enough good things, and the amazing impact that I've seen what we do as a committee that you spearhead do in our community is just, thank you so much.
Ms. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
I sound like a broken record, but you know, what you guys do and how long you've been doing it, you're carrying on a legacy that started 20 years ago in that department. And it's grown so much. It is so much more than it was when it started 20 years ago. And I couldn't be more proud to see that it's getting stronger, because protecting our children is the most important asset we all have. In my case, grandchildren now. But I'm thankful every day for the work you guys do all throughout our community. And I hope that we continue to keep people awake to what's out there, to the dangers for our children and grandchildren, and do everything we can.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
I just wanted to say I appreciate everything you're doing, but I also really appreciate the positive messaging. And I'm really hopeful. I feel like there's a shift in our culture, especially with younger people, where I hope, it's not just about avoiding bad things, but it's about embracing a full life and enjoying being sober and enjoying all of the positive aspects that come with that. And I love those videos and how you're reaching out to kids about, the ways that they can feel good naturally without any help. I think that's really important. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
I don't think that everybody's here tonight to hear your presentation, but I'm really glad that we've got a full house tonight, because not only is the message that you're sharing important for all of us to hear, you two both are just remarkable examples of great City of Meridian employees. You're an ambassador of our city with the work that you do, and I think it's important for us to know that our taxpayers and our stakeholders that are here tonight for a host of other reasons see that this is the caliber of people that they're fortunate to call City of Meridian employees. So I know we had to pivot a little bit for your time. We appreciate your flexibility. And like the council said, your passion and enthusiasm can't be quantified, but it is certainly appreciated by all of us here tonight. Appreciate you being here.
I'll say ditto, but I want to take it one step further in the context of, when we brought in the additional position, Kendall and I had some conversations, and it wasn't just that we wanted to be outstanding in our community, but we want to be a leader in the state and help make sure we had good statewide policy, to be on the forefront of that. Because I think Meridian, anytime there's a challenge in Idaho, over the last 20 years that I'm aware of, Meridian has stood up and helped be the leader, and having the resources that council has invested in MADC with the funds from the opioid settlements is putting that back to good work and helping be a leader across Idaho. So congratulations on your efforts as part of that recent history, but I know you're not resting on your laurels, and we have some good things and some big things to tackle in the not too distant future. So council, buckle up. Appreciate you. With that, we will move on to item 20, which is public hearing continued from March 26, 2024 for Farmstone Crossing. I'm going to first turn this over to Stacy for any refresher comments that she would like to make based upon where we left things at the end of the last public hearing.
Mr. Mayor and City Council, just hold on a moment while I bring up this letter that I received tonight that I would like to share with everyone. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I believe there was a request in regards to the silos that we're here to talk about tonight, how those or if those are going to be moved or what's going to be done with those. And among changing a request for changing a condition from the applicant. So this is a letter that the applicant sent to me that they received in January. Basically, that states that the silos weren't in good shape for reconstructing in another place. So I just wanted to show that to you. I also had a letter that I received from ACHD in regards to moving the roadway and meandering it around the silos to line up across Black Cat, and that is technically not feasible. It will not meet their district policy and they have safety concerns. So that was the letter that was received from them, and that's in the file. And then also, I have been in contact with the Parks Department, and the Parks Department is currently speaking with the applicant, and the applicant has agreed to dismantle these silo blocks, the beams, the chutes, and the bands on pallets, and then ship them to the park storage at the maintenance shop. But this is something that they're currently working out, and I believe the applicant can speak more to that. And then I will go ahead and share the condition that the applicant would like changed. Right. The applicant is looking to strike a condition in section A, 1A, just a portion of it, where staff had recommended the removal of the roll-up doors. And the applicant wanted those two buildings to be used for flex space use, and staff would like them to remain just as normal office buildings in the ME zoning, which is what we would like to see in the 10-mile area plan, especially between the plaza, that they function as traditional office buildings. But the applicant is requesting that to be struck and that council approve that. And I stand for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Stacey. Council, any questions for staff? Okay. Would the applicant like to come forward and make any additional comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. David Bailey, Bailey Engineering, 1119 East State Street in Eagle, representing Trilogy Development for the Farmstone Crossing subdivision. So the two issues we have to talk about tonight are the silo and the uses of the two buildings that are adjacent to the plaza there. I think we got all the rest of it pretty much resolved, and we were deferred to discuss those two topics. So in the meantime, as Stacy said, they've reached out to the Parks Department. The Parks Department has said that they are willing to accept that for storage pending a future use. And then we had asked them to prepare an MOU. We had discussed what pieces were reasonable to salvage and agreed to basically everything they asked for. In that the actual wood on the roof and the shingles, but would not be retained, but the structural beams and all of the block and all of the pieces that we could use for that. Probably some additional from the other silo as well to make sure that they had enough to reconstruct the thing somewhere else. So we'd asked them for an MOU on that, and they said that the Parks Department, I think it was Mike Barton, had said that in our last communication says, I believe the mayor and council need to have another conversation about what to do with the silo. So he hadn't done a MOU at this point based on that. So I don't know the results or whether that's before you at some other point. Parks and Rec Department is still willing to accept the silo on the terms you and I discussed. We'll have to wait after the meeting to get clarification on that for the MOU. So I guess that's part of what we're here tonight for is to ask on that point. And the structural letter is something that we had in January and I discussed with you previously. But the point was that if we're going to move it, it's a significant task to move that thing. And I don't think that changes anywhere of where we are at this point. We knew that. And then the additional letter from the highway district, we had reached out to them previously. Your staff reached out to them again to ask the same question and got the same answer, that too many moving parts in progress on that. We have been working with Ardura engineers and providing them information in getting that done. And I know there's a lot of pressure from the approved development to the north and the projects to the east to get Vanguard built through this location here. So I don't know how that's coming out, but we have continued to be cooperative with them in the meantime, waiting for that, but we can't move forward on any commitments, until we're moving forward on this project. The second item on this is we had discussed at the previous hearing as well. And those buildings are actually, they're flex space. They're intended to be office in the front and the roll-up garage doors in the back. They're very similar across the site. They have the same architectural design. And we understand the request from the staff to change those into complete office buildings, but we just don't have access for them to be used as office buildings. The depth and the design of those buildings does not make itself, into that. So they are flex space, but they are intended to be a portion of them or half of them in office space in the rear to be that access. We think that there's not a problem with, there's going to be so much traffic back there that it's going to interfere with the pathway, and there is open sight from both ways of the pathway coming through. And the portion that's going to be facing the plaza that's in this will be office space. We'll be facing that, so it's not warehouse or garage doors facing our plaza within that area. So that's the reasoning for that there. And again, they're the same buildings or the same style of design throughout the site. So designing a whole new type of building that doesn't fit our match is not something that we'd like to do with the product we have already set for this. So that said, I'd be glad to stand for any questions you have.
Thank you. Council, questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Clerk, do we have anybody sign up?
Mr. Mayor, Blaine Johnston.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, I'm Blaine Johnston. I'm president of Meridian Historic Preservation Commission. I'd like to first thank you guys for taking the time to consider this application. We didn't want to delay anything, but we felt it was important for thorough discussion of the outcome of this property. We don't want to force anybody to do something they don't want to do. I think if we did that, the outcome wouldn't be good for anybody. So with that being said, I'd like to thank staff, Parks Department for looking at the silos, agreeing to store them until such time as that they can be rebuilt at some future location. So with that said, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else present who would like to provide testimony on this item. And if you're online, you can just use the raise your hand feature. Okay. The applicant like to make any final comments? Okay, applicant waves, any final comments? Council for discussion, next steps.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, this is,
Mr. Parsons.
just wanted to clarify for council as to why staff was recommending the additional use on the site. If you recall on the site plan that was presented to you 3 or 4 weeks ago, there was that plaza area. And the reason why we were pushing for the office use and not having the roll-up doors on the back is because we're trying to make that more integrated, more usable for the business park. I remember this council was concerned about getting traffic going through there if this was going to be light industrial. So we thought by softening that and providing that office use there and making sure that all four sides of that building had professional office entrances and parking and your traditional business park design around the buildings, it made a lot more sense to tie into that open space in that plaza area. And that's why we had made that recommendation in the staff report. So just wanted to give you that context as to why we had required that in the staff report and the DA.
Thank you, Bill.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
a large reason for this continuance is around the silo, and heard from the applicant, and the applicant's been in contact and communication with the Parks Department. I've heard a little bit about that. Yes, Mayor, what's your level of comfort, the Parks Department's level of comfort of taking ownership of this without necessarily a plan that could be achieved in the foreseeable future?
We have storage space. That's about as far as I could say. It's depends on how you want to put it back. That's really going to be the answer is how much does the city want to spend to try to reuse the existing parts of it versus rebuilding it. It will have to be rebuilt to standard codes, foundation, supports, etc. To be honest with you, a replica would probably be a lot cheaper than trying to use the original because that's what you're going to likely achieve if you do it. And there's a question about how much of it can you actually keep that's going to be reusable if you try to pull it off and put it back on. That's kind of what you're going to have to do. It's going to have to be rebuilt from the ground up. That's the essential information that it's been shared with myself. So it would be considered for one of our future parks. You know, how far down the road, it depends on which one makes more sense. So could be several years of sitting there before, and it'll be a future council's decision. More than likely won't be the 6 of you all, maybe a few of you, maybe myself, maybe not, on how much is invested to rebuild.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
is there a cost associated with just holding it in storage to the city? It's just, it's space we have and it's not space that we have needs for as of today.
I've not been shared that we have a cost. The cost is to the developer. The tearing it down to be reusable is the primary cost. The cost of the city will be with the rebuild on our side.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
just in the spirit of the conversation and kind of, we're all mulling over this and have been for some time. So I'll just get the juices flowing here a little bit, just some of my thoughts. Still am not sure what the end plan should be. I've thought about it. Do we spend the money now? Do we have a plan? It seems like we're a little bit trying to determine what's the best thing to do. And we're always weighing needs and wants in the city with how we're going to pay for things. I do like kind of where it's at right now in terms of storing it, right? The developers made it clear in our last hearing, and I don't know that you changed your mind at all, but your willingness to take it down. I remember we talked about a cost. I can't remember off the top of my head what it was, but it was significant. I think that was a generous offer on their part to be good neighbors and be helpful. I don't know what I would want to do with this. I do like the idea of preserving the option. And if it's not going to cost the city anything today to preserve that option, I think that makes me much more comfortable. Without any commitment to what we may or may not do in the future, or whatever future council may have to grapple with this. But I like the idea of preserving that. While I have the microphone, I'll just make a couple comments too about some of the condition changes that we just spoke of. I like the idea of flex space. I think it allows for a greater number of uses for ensuring that tenants are there, and you can use flex space for office space. You can use it for a variety of different types. I like to tend to think that, and I like the staff's comments about trying to accommodate that open public space, but with this being a mixed use project already, it's not an office space park only. So I like the idea of preserving that. And I think I'd be open to kind of accommodating that. We're getting a little bit of something from them. I think it's okay to accommodate some of those requests. Kind of where my mind is at. I'm open to what other council members may think about what to do with that. But I think we're checking a few boxes with the, our good Historic Preservation Commission and some of their thinking on it. I think we're finding something where we can move forward today. The big thing I'm thinking about is we've got to figure out how to get Vanguard built, because that's going to stymie a lot of the development and a lot of other projects there if we can't move forward with that. So I think that's a consideration with how what we decide to do with that impacts a lot of other projects in this area. Open to more information if there is some on that, but it seems to me like we kind of need to address that so that we're not being stuck with what to do or not to do with other developments.
Maybe two more points, and one of these will be for you, Mr. Neri, in some fashion, is I've heard that there's two private developments who would maybe be interested in taking this and putting it on the development that they're doing. And I think this kind of goes to maybe even to the HPC to a certain extent. If we were willing to have something on this property, does it matter if it's on another commercial property that people can or can't, may not be on a pathway, might be in a dead end road. So from the city's perspective, is it a value of, if it were to come into our storage, and I want to use the word storage because I don't want to take ownership of it, because I think that takes away our ability to pass it along to another person if it was not to be the city putting it back up easily. And so, that would, I think, even be part of the question, is if we were to maintain it on behalf of the developer in our location, but if one of these other opportunities comes up and they want to try to reuse it and put it up, that it be there for them if that's so amenable to council. Because again, it goes back to what's the value? Just that it exists on a property in the city, or exists on a public property in the city that people can access and utilize. I think there's maybe that little question mark, I think, out there. But if we were willing to leave it on this property, I don't know why we wouldn't be willing to leave it on any other property in the city, other than the fact that this is where it was originally. So throw that out there about what we want to take possession of or not, at least initially. Officially, I guess I should say. Elusive enough, or Mr. Neri?
Maybe one other wrinkle just to ponder. I think you're absolutely right. And the concern is that once we own it, we will likely always own it. Then unless we had other governmental entity or nonprofit to donate it to, it would be difficult to to donate it elsewhere. So that would be problematic. So I think you're correct in not necessarily wanting to take ownership of it. But if we're not going to own it and we're going to store it for another party, again, not to want to make this more complicated, but if we have it as our own property, it's just covered under our normal insurance. And if we're owning it for somebody or storing it for somebody else, then it's still going to be covered under insurance, but now the risk is any damages are now damage claims to the owner. Just another thing to have to ponder if we're going to store this for 6 months, a year, or longer. It's going to deteriorate sitting on the ground.
Yep.
Is that going to be a loss and to the owner? Is that going to be a claim we'll have to address at some point? Can we address that in an MOU? We could potentially. So a couple wrinkles just to have to ponder of how we may manage this going forward if we're going to keep it.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cameron.
Bailey, can we bug your expertise for a minute? Yeah, sir. Mine.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for coming back up. And I was gonna say this later, but I'll say it now. I appreciate your patience and flexibility as we kind of work through this nuance. I recognize it required a continuance, and I know you and your client are probably itching to get to work out there. What's if you were to get your approval this evening, what's the longest period of time you could go without having to begin dismantling the silo? Is it a week? Is it a month? Is it 6 months?
As we discussed before, our timeline is much longer than the timeline for the people who want to build Vanguard.
Yeah.
And so I don't know where they are. I know they are working on design. I've seen a close to final design on the Vanguard, working with John Carpenter over at Ardura, and his team over there. But I don't know where they are as far as actually submitting that or getting it approved. So I don't know their timeframe. I do know that the other developers in there, Adler and Alquist Group and Conger to the north, and I'm pretty sure my client also have some kind of agreement going on the cost sharing of building that. So it's imminent, I guess would be the point. So we still got, I would say a couple months, but I would guess that they want to get that road building this summer or this fall.
Councilman Cameron.
I took a guess at 90 days. Is that out of line?
I don't believe so.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Helps me.
Great, thanks.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
I think, one of my concerns is that we're going to be storing these materials, and then an opportunity that makes sense doesn't, necessarily come to fruition. I'm a little disappointed. I was hoping, there would be a way to move the silos along the pathway and try to integrate it with the pathway, because I think it would be a really interesting thing for people on the pathway to go see that. At the same time, to me, like, that makes way more sense than the plaza. I don't see this plaza getting a ton of use compared to the pathway, where I think, having it along there would have been ideal. I have a question for the applicant, if you have a second. So I saw the letter, but I wanted to understand from your perspective, how, if there was a direction, we do want to move the silos and rebuild them along the pathway. Did you get any kind of a cost estimate, or do you have any kind of an idea of what that would require?
Councilman Strader, we've looked through a bunch of stuff on that. I think we came up with there's a number to disassemble, and move this stuff. And then there's the foundation and the interior wall and building that up, both two interior walls and building up around there. And then the erection of it, and then the certification through the city. So we don't even know if it's totally practical for us to get a building permit from the city that's going to meet those requirements. Probably could at some cost, but we don't know what the cost of that is. So we've thrown around a number. I hate doing this because I'm an engineer and I don't know anything about actual costs of stuff. I get accused of that all the time. But nonetheless, I'm guessing north of $200,000. Right, is what we're talking for this, and it's a significant expense to do that. I would throw out there that, you know, if the city has concerns with, you know, where it goes and the ownership of that, we have offered and would still continue to offer to disassemble it and store it on site for some period of time, right? So if the city has other things in the option there and it's complicated to move it there, you know, if that helps any, you know, we'd still be willing to do that. And we have committed that we will pay for the cost of disassembly and put it on pallets and storage, you know, of it, so.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Mayor.
That's one to share.
Would you be comfortable with an agreement with the city that's a little more open, where you're going to take on the cost of disassembling the silos? We're prepared to store them, but maybe an MOU or something between us that if we can't find another suitable site, that we would have the option at our cost, because you're already paying to disassemble it, but maybe some kind of an option for the city to be able to say, no, we want to relocate these silos here on the pathway, or a monument. Like, would you be open to something that says we could locate something like that?
The city would do it
Yeah.
on the site? Would
Mhm.
I would certainly ask, but I can't see why that would be a huge deal for us to say they could be on the site. I think that there's complications on monuments owned by the city. I mean, I'm sure that attorneys could work it out, but you know,
Yeah.
we wouldn't be responsible for safety of maintenance of it. I could certainly ask. I would guess that would probably be acceptable.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Scherer.
Yeah, I'm just thinking it would be nice to have some sort of a plan B that we could use. Again, to me, something along this pathway makes a lot more sense. You previously stated that you thought there was space along this, you know, kind of triangle here at the bottom.
Along the freeway.
Yeah.
Along the freeway at the south end, yes.
Mhm.
So there is a 50-foot buffer there, you know, with the pathway in it. From the freeway along that edge there. Probably space for it.
That's a 50-foot buffer that is a non-build buffer next to the highway.
Council, mayor, members of the council, potentially. I mean, it is meant to be a setback from the road. But again, this is an unusual circumstance. In that zoning district, there is a 0 setback for structures. But we do have alternative compliance, so we can figure something out. And if David can correct me if I'm wrong, in the southwest corner, it is a little wider than 50 feet, isn't it?
I believe so. Yeah. I think that's for occupied structures anyway, right? That's setback.
Yes.
And that's why I didn't know, is it our setback requirement or federal highway setback? Because they
The
have
city requirement.
so they
We
don't
have a
have
fif-
any setback requirements from the interstate for buildings?
I'm not aware of any. That's nothing in our code.
We have other
I don't know,
attorneys and
yeah.
developers here, but I'm pretty sure, I want to say there is, but I won't stake my reputation on it. And I wouldn't guess what it is. Councilwoman Schrader.
Mr. Mayor, just thinking out loud, and I'm just trying to find a way to get to a yes that preserves some options. I think it would be great if we took you up on your offer to dismantle the silos and we could store them in parks if we get an acceptable MOU. But I'd like to make sure that we have 2 different options to locate either the silos or a monument here on your property. You know, so that we would have that optionality. So in the future, if we don't have a great place to put it, we don't have a park, and we know historic preservation thinks it's really important to locate the historical monuments on the property or close, you know, that would give us the option. So we could explore different avenues, but at least that gives us full optionality. That's kind of where I was going with it. And then I think that's a lot of heavy lifting to ask, I think, from legal and everybody to try to craft that agreement. But that to me seems like an acceptable solution, at least preserving some optionality at the site. Again, you're dismantling it. If there are costs associated with redoing the silos there, I think we'd have to bear those. A $200,000 cost seems pretty exorbitant to add on to what you've already committed to doing. regarding the flex space, I understand where staff was going with it. I think there have been a lot of changes with office and industrial development, and that flex space has become a lot more prevalent use in this kind of e-commerce driven economy. I'm a little more open to that. I think we should give you some flexibility there, and I think you'll have a lot more success with flex space instead of traditional office space. So I do appreciate your flexibility, and similar to Councilman Taylor, I think because you're willing to work with us, we should be willing to work with you on that one. That's just some feedback.
If I could add to that, a little bit along the same lines is that in the overall Meridian 10-mile plan, we've got this mixed employment and all this stuff in there. There really isn't a whole lot of flex space within that, and there is a lot of the other uses. So I think it provides a good balance that way as well to have this all as that flex space. So thank you. And if I could, one more, Mr. Mayor, on the piece of the location, Bill, we have a development agreement, right? So it would seem to me that maybe we could put some, and again, I'm not the attorney, we could put some terms in the development agreement, say that we would designate on the final plat, an area that would be the developer would be willing to give an easement or fee simple, and we'll just designate where that is on the plat, that the city could then construct this at a later date at that place. And whether we store it at the city or on the site, I guess I'd leave that up to the city to determine what they'd want to do with that. And we could show that. And I think we get the terms of that in the development agreement, which has to come back to you in any case, I think. Does that work?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, David, thank you for your flexibility. I really appreciate it. I just wanted to get some clarity on the monument is still something that's happening in your community area. It's something separate from the silos. We kind of had touched on that on the previous, when you were here before, and I just wanted to get some clarity on that those are two different things.
They are at this point. And so we had presented a concept of the monument that'll go in the plaza on the site here. And we were to present the final design and run that by the Historic Preservation Committee and have that approved by at the CZC for the plan. So yes, that's still in the plan.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Not a question for you, David, but you can probably stick around. But I think I like where Councilwoman Strader is taking the conversation with sort of the MOU. I can say pretty confidently tonight, we have no idea really what we want the end goal to be. We want to preserve some options. The discussion about ownership is an interesting one in terms of if we're going to store it, but we're not going to own it, well, who's going to own it? Probably need to figure that out a little bit. But to me, I think moving forward with disassembling it, the city storing it, and instructing the applicant and the city to develop an MOU. I like the idea of if we have no other parties who do want to come and take this or portion of it or take ownership and move it somewhere at their expense, and if the city decides the best thing to do is to, in that south east corner, to maybe that's where we want to put them back up. That's an expense that we should bear. That's an unfunded mandate in my mind if we were to ask you to do that. So that would be an obligation we would have. I don't think tonight we can make that decision though. There's too many options out there. So I think if where I'm going is kind of where Councilman Strader is taking us a little bit, like let's preserve some options with an agreement. To me, that makes some sense. I'd be willing to move ahead with that as I guess we need to maybe figure out the ownership issue. To me, it seems like if we're going to store it, it feels like we're owning it, but what that means in terms of legal stuff, I need Bill and others to maybe clarify, but I wouldn't expect you to maintain ownership or what. So I do think that it's not something I've considered before coming here tonight. That's kind of where I'm at in my thinking with what was just suggested.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Strader.
willing to maybe take a crack at it. If we're, I don't know, I'm looking over at Councilman Overton, if he has any comments before we try. Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I move that we close the public hearing.
Second?
I have a motion second to close the public hearing. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
okay, I'm gonna give it for discussion, I'm gonna give it a try here on a motion. After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number H 2023-0045 as presented in the staff report for today's hearing date with the following modifications. We will direct the applicant and staff to prepare a memorandum of understanding that will reflect the applicant's willingness to disassemble the silos at the site and giving the option to store it on site or at the Parks Department. In addition, the applicant, to memorialize the applicant's willingness to build the monument at the plaza portion of the site, giving the city at its cost the option to locate and reconstruct the silos on the site, a portion of the site designated by the developer in the MOU, either an easement or whatever legal ownership works. If the legal department could weigh in on that. And then in addition, reflecting the change to condition A1A, allowing the applicant to construct flex space.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. I have at least a question. Were you suggesting that they're going to tear it down? They're going to build the monument that they originally proposed? That's what I thought I was hearing in your thing. And retain a place on their property for the future?
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
originally, no. However, Councilwoman Little Roberts asked a clarifying question of the applicant, whether they still intended to construct the monument at the plaza. They said that they did.
But it's the monument and potentially relocating this on their property, even with the monument.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a motion second. Is there discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
just a little bit of discussion, which is that allows for the possibility that the monument is constructed, but if the city finds that it's completely cost prohibitive, then in my mind, at least, we have a fallback that there's this monument here trying to help with the historic preservation aspect. Understanding that it is quite a cost, and so expressing our gratitude to the developer for that.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
it's not germane to the motion. I do think then that we as a body and certainly mayor working with staff need to develop a plan, I think sooner rather than later, whether it's turning it over to a private party or building a plan that this is going to be built in some park. I think waiting years or years to come up with that plan is probably unfair to our community, unfair to the intention of, I think, behind the motion. I'm really conflicted on this one, this evening. And it's not because of the motion or the action, of the developer. I'm troubled a little bit by the letter we received from ACHD saying this is difficult to do or it can't be done. I challenge that, but we don't have the authority. I'm somewhat handcuffed. To me, this is the worst of the best solutions that's presented, but is better than, again, I appreciate the developer. They very easily to clear the site and could have torn it down, and this wouldn't have been a conversation for us. I appreciate their willingness to do what's right for our community and give us the opportunity to make an option. I just don't want this to sit and decay at the developer's lot or at our parks department. So I think that we've got to be disciplined about coming up collectively with a solution. sooner rather than later. So I will reluctantly be supporting the motion this evening.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
just some short, quick comments. Think, think inaction tonight is problematic. So I think we do need to make a decision. This is sort of withered out there for a little bit as we've tried to grapple with what to do. And I think at some point a decision has to be made. For lack of knowing what the best outcome should be, I think this is the best path forward to preserving some options for the city without an undue burden on the developer. And also accommodating the Historic Preservation Commission's suggestions and recommendations on the matter. So I'll support the motion as stated. I think while we still, I agree with Councilman Kavanaugh's idea of or suggestion to work proactively in a fairly short time period to do that. I think it would be incumbent on us to also reach out to private parties proactively and see if there's an interest. I think that's something we should be doing. So it is a challenging situation to consider, but looking at the last several months, year or so, no one's been able to make a decision. I think it's time that we make a decision. So I'll be supporting the motion.
Mr. Neri.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I just want to, I think there's two agreements here, and I wanted to make sure I'm clear and planning's clear, and that is what your intention is. But in the development agreement, from what I've heard, the developer is going to agree to provide a location at this common area that's adjacent to the freeway for a future site, potentially. I would recommend that we have a license agreement to use that space, not necessarily fee simple ownership of that space, but for a potential future for this monument to be restored there. Barring that not occurring, the other, and that's, I think, all the development agreement's going to address in that regard to this barn. The second one is the MOU you've talked about, and I think what I've heard is the developer is going to pay to dismantle it. The city is going to agree to store it. The developer is going to maintain ownership at this point. We're going to do our best effort to facilitate it being relocated somewhere, potentially back on site or some other location or on a city property in the near future, and determine that at a future date. If it becomes a property that's going to be restored on the Farmstone site, the city will then own the building, restore it, and maintain it on site under this license agreement to use the space. Is that what you all intended? And because that's the way I heard the two agreements that we do, the DA with one and the MOU is separate.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The only thing I will suggest to council is come with your suggestions on which park you'd like to put it in, because we don't have one planned in the next 3 to 4 years, according to our Parks Department, where it would be integrated. So you'll have to go in the existing one if you want on city property at this point in time.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
That's the beauty of this, is that it very well could be that it ends up right here along this pathway, which I think is a fantastic outcome because it adds interest to our pathways network and it locates the silos near where they were originally. So if we can't come up with a better plan, we'll find out what the cost of that is, and then we'll go from there.
Okay. All right. Any further comments? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Little Roberts.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Schrader.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries and is agreed to. Thank you very much. Next time up is item 21, which is public hearing continued from April 16, 2024 for Rebel Ridge subdivision H 2023-0050. We will continue this public hearing with comments from staff.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The next application before you is a project that was continued to tonight's hearing due to the city inadvertently not noticing the CUNA School District of the proposed project. A portion of this project lies within West Ada School District and the remaining portion lies within CUNA School District. Both school districts submitted comments on this application that are included in the public record. And just a reminder that the applicant had requested a waiver from city council to leave the far lateral open and not pipe it. And that is part of the original request.
Council, any questions, comments for staff? And would the applicant like to come forward?
Evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. David Bailey, Bailey Engineering, 1119 East State Street in Eagle, Idaho, representing Trilogy Development for the Reveille Ridge subdivision. As Sonia stated, we were deferred from a previous meeting to, actually, we were deferred from the previous meeting for a few issues, and then came up the issue that that a portion of the South Road in this is in the Una School District. We they haven't been noticed or provided comments. So since then, the West Ada School District has provided comments, the Kuna School District has provided comments, and I'm going to address the other issues that we had discussed there first, and we have resubmitted a revised plan to the city on that. So we were talking about the transition on the northeast boundary. We have removed 2 lots from that northeast boundary and made those lots significantly larger along that to provide a better transition as suggested by the city council. We have overall removed 2 lots from the subdivision. And with that design, we actually moved the streets on the west of this on Recreation Drive. We had a condition from ACHD to move that connection 330 feet. So we moved that connection to the 330 feet. They weren't going to budge on our idea that maybe that one could be closer. So we did realign that western end of the project a little bit with that. Not a whole lot of effect otherwise. But with that, we also looked at the option of being able to fence that pond entirely for the first phase of development. So we will be developing open space during the first phase, you know, as we promised, plus building all the collectors. But there was a concern with that pond and the access to that. So we will commit to fencing that off from the phase 1 subdivision. And then that pond will be I believe it's in the second phase. We'll get that done and get the pond restored and meet all the requirements on the pond end of that. And a minor one, which you can't really see on the plan, is that we have a condition that we're going to build the entire collector street, including the curb and gutter on the south side of that. So there's a little shift in the plan that moves the road to the north just a little bit. Didn't impact the size of any lots within this. So they all just shifted within the areas that we had on that. So we made that adjustment. So we're fully compliant with ACHD's conditions of approval now. As to the school district, we have letters from West Ada School District, which indicates their capacity but they have capacity for this and that they move those, or what they would do for an overcapacity condition. You know, if they did have more students at those schools, you know, that they have several options to accommodate this here. The little letter from the Kuna School District is a little more, let's say, negative, saying they're over capacity. And we have had some significant experience working with the Kuna School District on Kuna projects here recently. I don't know if the Kuna School District representative is here tonight, you know, to do that. So my take is that, you know, from my reading of the letter, is they are not saying that they do not have capacity for this. They are saying that they have problems and they failed their last school bond, and that they have a 10-year plan to have the capacity, and they have some schools that are slightly over capacity at this point now. But they don't indicate when they're going to increase that capacity. Of course, they don't know without the school bond. And the numbers that they have for capacity are based per the state law on, you know, and they're the experts on this. I'm not questioning that. And they're saying they need help, right? And I do believe they need help. The question is, do we deny this project based on that letter from the Kuna School District? Is the representative here tonight? Okay. So I would rather he make his comments and then that's just my take on that. And then hopefully I'll get a chance to discuss the other end of that. And I'd be glad to stand for any questions on those issues.
Thank you. Council, any questions for the applicant at this time? Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, we have anyone signed up to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we have two. First is Whitney Smith.
Good evening. You see your name and address for the record.
Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Whitney Smith. I live at 7191 South Eagle Road. So my property, I can't quite tell on the map where it is. I'm right on Eagle. So see that red square that they have like taken some houses away? So there's more. So I'm just down from that. Like, do you see where you say it says like plan sheet index? So that's all my property. We have 5 acres. We just moved here from Seattle 3 years ago. My husband and me with our 5 kids. We chose South Meridian because we found this particular land where we felt like we were close to the city and like smaller neighborhoods so that we could have our smaller children be with friends their age, but we were still out a little bit in the country and had a teeny bit of space. We sold everything in Seattle to come here. My husband actually still works in Seattle and travels back and forth each week so that we can live the American dream here with our 5 children. And we love Boise and we're so excited to be a part of the growth and the just exuberant life of everyone here. We understand that people are going to develop that land, of course. We were just hoping that the transition makes sense for everyone and is like a nice compromise. So behind, okay, yeah, so the Smith. So we're the Smiths and then our neighbors are the Wilkins. There's a driveway we share together. So we have 5 acres and they have 5 acres. And as it is right now, there's this beautiful, I took a picture, but there's this beautiful berm and then a line of trees. And so I guess what my husband and I were hoping is that, like I said, we expect that there's going to be stuff that they put back there, right? These homes, but we're just hoping that there can just be a little bit of a compromise of transitioning from our 5 acres. So that developer guy said that they have already taken out a couple houses for those people in the keep so that that transition's nice. And those people don't even have 5 acres, if that makes sense, you know? So I guess we're hoping that we could not have however many houses that is backed up right literally to our fence. So if anything, if we could like keep that beautiful berm that's already there and then there's a line of trees, just to keep the character of the land, you know, instead of it just being like super developed. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Councilman Cavanagh.
Thank you, Ms. Smith, for
Me?
being.
I'm
Yeah,
done?
no, I've got a question for
Oh.
you. If you.
Okay.
Thank you for being here tonight. It's always helpful for us to hear from neighbors kind of around the area. One of the things that I've learned being on the council is that the word transition means a lot of different things to a lot
Yeah.
of different people.
Yeah.
So I heard pretty clearly, like, hey, the maintaining the berm is important to you, but when you talk about transition, what are you envisioning in your head from, again, I was a political science major, so I can only, my math isn't great.
Yeah.
I see like 2.5 lots that would front your land. Is that what you see? And is that not acceptable? What, and if not, what would you define as kind of transition from your perspective?
Yeah. What are those like skinny little lines? Does this move? Can I touch this? Oh. Yeah, I guess I see about 2.5 houses. I would say our biggest thing is the berm because I feel like that just gives us a little bit of space. It's this, like I said, it's already there. There's trees right next to it, so it just kind of gives us that space. And then as far as, you know, what we would like to see as how many properties up next to ours, like I said, I don't know, as least as they would do. I don't know, two. You know, like I said, I understand that they're going to build stuff. We just want to try to make it make sense. And they conceded to the people in the keep, which they don't have 5 acres. I don't know what it is. I want to say maybe an acre or so. And they got it down to be a better like transition. So just a compromise is what we're just hoping for, honestly. So, yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thank you. So just in the prioritization for you, I'm kind of curious what's more important to you, the density along your property line or the possibility of having a berm? I have no idea if the developer would agree to maintain, you know, keep a berm there, if it's on their, I assume it's on their property line.
It is on their side, yes. Yeah, so what I would rather have, that's a great question. I would rather have the berm, honestly. If it's true, before tonight and before seeing this picture, I was under the impression we had 5 homes backed up to our lot. So if it is true that it's only 2, then that's more doable, especially if there's a berm and trees. Like I said, I wish I could show you the pictures, but it's just this beautiful berm and there's trees right in front of it. And if we had that and it really was just the 2 homes, that is definitely more doable. Like I said, there's so much, yeah. A nice transition would be nice. Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
I think that's a wise choice or a wise thing to push for. You know, it looks like you have 2.5 homes next to your property line. And then I do know your concern are the little lines here. I believe those are a stub street. It looks like.
Right above that word, or what does that say? RUT?
Mhm.
What are those like skinny red lines?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, that's a stub street. And that's, the purpose of that is for to your property, if you sell it in the future, for future extension, for development of that property. If you don't redevelop anytime soon, it's simply a stub street that has a barricade on it. Or
Oh, so it could be a street. Oh, yeah, like I said, I don't know if I can talk anymore.
Mr. Mayor.
Keep going.
Yes. Okay. Well, like I said, we like literally sold our whole life to come here and just built, it finished 3 weeks ago, our forever home. For our 5 children, we have plans to like put in a baseball field for my 4 sons. So there is absolutely no intention of even adding on anything. So it will never be developed. So it's just going to be us on the 5 acres.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
And that's totally fine because if nothing happens on your property in the future, there's just going to be a dead end.
Yeah.
You know, but we've heard, you'd be surprised, we've heard that from people, and then you
Yes.
never know, they may change their mind. But thank you for that feedback. I think we'll hope maybe the developer could address your request when they give comments again, but that's helpful to sort of understand your thought process. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
A stub street is one less house.
Okay, like I said, when we came earlier last time, it seemed like more like 4 or 5 homes, so 2.5, especially I would say top priority is keeping that berm and trees.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is Sherry Uri.
Good evening. State your name and address for the record.
Sherry, you are 2343 East Skokie Court, Eagle, Idaho, 83616. I just wanted to say it right, and while we feel bad about people that move here from out of state. This is a great advancement for Meridian. All of it is fantastic for Meridian. I totally support it. It's quality, it's classy, it's great. The developers are awesome. I don't see any reason not to move forward. It's going to be a great opportunity for us as business owners and for our community. All of that. I think it's good growth for us.
Okay. Council, any questions? Okay. All right. Is there anybody else who would like to provide testimony on this item? Good evening.
Good evening, Robbie Reno, 711 East Porter Street, Kuna, Idaho, 83634, representing the Kuna School District. No, thank you for Chris for including us in the comments and for you relaying it to provide comments for this. And for the comments from Mr. Bailey, we did not fail our bond. Our voters did not approve our bond. We worked very hard to get that approved because we know in our 10-year plan, we need schools to facilitate this. Because yeah, we just stated facts in our letter for yours of fact of finding to, so you are the decision makers for this. And so we provided that information for you. Yes, Trilogy Developments, I'm this first time meeting Mr. Bailey. I've worked with Katie Miller and Sean Brownlee. They are working with solutions for us in the city of Kuna for their developments. So they are a very good partnership in that. But we just provided those comments for the facts for you guys to make those decisions. I stand for any comments.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thanks for being here and thanks for providing your letter. It was really interesting for us, I think, to be able to compare the letters that we get from the West Ada School District and the letter that Kuna provided. It's very interesting to see different approaches. And a question that I had, one thing, West Ada's approach appears to be around a lack of capacity, but then they have a list of bullet points of, the items that they're willing to implement. We've asked them many times in joint meetings, what do you need from us? And they have told us up until now, we've got it. Here are the tools that we have. I saw obviously your efforts with your 10-year plan. I feel for you that the bond to increase capacity failed through no fault of the Kuna School District, but it was rejected by the voters. And so I just wanted to understand, do you have the same, in your view, do you have the same tools available that the West Ada School District does in terms of transporting to alternate schools, area adjustments, portable classrooms, or do you feel that some of those options are not available to the Kuna School District?
So our district let's start with portables. So portables, they're made of wood and sheetrock. And so in the age of where safety and security, they're not provided good, there's safety risk because they're usually out of the building and kids transport from the main building to the other building. And so then they're a shooter risk. They're not as protective as a brick and mortar school. Also, when you add portables to a school site, you do not increase the cafeteria portions or the library portions or the core, what we call the core portion. So yeah, where we have a site that we could put 4 or 5 portables on there, increase the capacity of 200 kids, but that doesn't increase the capacity of our cafeteria, the capacity of our gym space. And so our board and our district proves that portables are not an option for our schools. Busing, yes, I mean, we could bus, but we've done that in the past where we have had to force move kids to other schools. Parents do not like that. They want to go to the schools their neighborhood kids are in. And so when they come into an area and their kids, some of the kids go to the school and some kids don't, they push back and we end up putting those kids in those schools. And then the third point was what does West Ada do?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
It was transportation, portables, attendance area adjustments.
Yeah, attendance zone adjustments. Yes, that is something we can do, but 3 of our 5 zones are at capacity and it does not make sense to redraw zones right now.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Could you give me a flavor for how many students you serve and how many schools are within the Kuna School District?
So we serve about 5,800 students and we have 11 schools.
Sorry, how many students?
5,800.
Okay, got it. Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, I really appreciate you providing this testimony because the CUNA School District, while growing rapidly, is smaller than the West Ada School District pretty significantly. And it's obvious that you don't have the same resource set in terms of area adjustments. Within the West Ada School District, because it's so large, they can move the needle a lot with adjusting. But you're saying, if I caught this correctly, 3 out of your 5 zones are overcrowded. Is that right?
Elementaries.
Okay.
Our middle schools, they have capacity.
Mhm.
Our middle schools, they have capacity, and our high school, our 2 high schools are at capacity.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
I'm sorry to make you repeat yourself, but could you be a little more precise regarding the middle schools and high schools? The high schools are both past capacity. You can give me a percentage or just,
I would have to my
Oh,
notes
okay.
for that, but
okay.
they're over 100%.
Okay.
At the high school, I think we're at 103 in the letter that I submitted.
Mhm.
And
Yes.
and at Silver Trail, I want to believe it's 126 or I can't remember the percentage in that one off the top of my head.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
So in other words, you don't have a high school that has capacity.
We have an alternative high school that has small capacity, but
Mm.
that's regulated. So
Thank you. Not the same though. I understand. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Reno, thanks for being here tonight. I'm sure probably other things that are higher on your priority than being at a city council meeting, so I appreciate you showing up. I think this is the second time you've been before us, and the last time you were here, there was a request for mitigation fees. I know that's something that CUNA has been doing a lot of. That's a strategy that you're exploring, and I know many cities and development communities kind of watching with, close eyes across the state. Why no request for mitigation fees for this particular application?
well, because we cannot ask for mitigation fees. We can ask for voluntary partnerships. We cannot ask for mitigation fees.
Mr. Mayor,
Last time,
Councilman Cavanagh.
maybe I'll rephrase my question. I think the last time you were here, you asked for voluntary dollars to be paid to offset the impact of growth. You're not talking about or seeking a voluntarily request for funds from the applicant for this development, and I'm just curious as to why.
because they are helping us in the city of CUNA, like I stated before, they are creating, the applicant, the parent owner of the company has donated 2 land sites for us to potentially, the greater issue here is the passage of the bond.
Sure.
And as cities and things can navigate, one of the things that we focus on is getting that bond and how to pass that bond. And ultimately, we know, the 2/3 supermajority is we're one of 2 states in the union that require this. And
Very
so
challenging.
that is why there.
Mr. Mayor, one additional question.
Councilman Cavanagh.
So when I look at the letter that CUNA's put together, you've got capacity at the middle school, and you talked about that, no challenges really at the elementary school. West Ada, on the other hand, has capacity challenges at the middle school, but does have capacity at the elementary school. As the districts engage with each other and say, hey, can you take some of our middle school students and we'll take some of your elementary students?
No, I mean, not as to date, no, because to be honest, this is the second one that's on our border. This is a unique one because as we look at it, there's 47 single-family homes, 47 townhomes that go across there, and some of them, 1/3 of the home, 2/3 of the home are split across the division. So we're not quite sure in our planning meeting how that fits. Which kids are going to be on those ones that are not the fully in our zone? How do those ones go to which school district? We're perplexed by this one as well. And so there's a lot of questions as far as that from when it gets built to what happens.
Sure.
Because we've had a situation where we had one development many years ago that had the same thing. Half the subdivision was West Ada, half the was CUNA. The only way to get that changed is the school board of CUNA School District, the school board of West Ada have to approve it, and then it goes to the State Board of Education to then make a ruling on it.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
I don't anticipate, or I do anticipate we're going to see more of these in the coming years. Is there a plan for your district to engage with West Ada to kind of build a student generation plan about this is where students are going to go? And much like City Meridian engaged with the city of Cuna around our area of impact many, many years ago to provide a more orderly and thoughtfully planned out approach to growth. I would hope that both districts would also want to come together and do the same.
Well, I would ask, what does West Ada do with your eastern properties that border Boise and then with the Boise School District? What do you do with, what does West Ada do with them and you guys?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Counter.
I don't know. We haven't had a request that I can recall of a housing development that has, that split part in West Ada, part in Boise.
Yeah, well, West Ada's district goes well into Boise, so it's not an issue. So there is no, those issues would have been decided many, many, many years ago. Because it goes over to Cloverdale, and we don't go to Cloverdale. Yeah.
Okay. So this is a unique to Cuna and West Ada.
I would think so, and it's not one that, sorry, Mr. Mayor. It's not an issue that I think is a one-time deal. I anticipate as your northerly border continues to expand and our southerly border continues to expand, we're gonna have more of these. And I think rather than these kind of awkward, clunky conversations where you've got to give up a Tuesday night to come and talk to us and we're trying to figure it out, it would be great if both districts could come together and say, hey, here's Cuna's border, here's West Ada's border, and let's just plan accordingly.
Okay, so we will engage with West Ada. I agree. But yes, but as far as those plots of land that go across those borders, that's it. That's a great discussion.
All right, fair enough. Thank you. I appreciate you being here.
All right, thank you.
Council, any additional questions? Is there anybody else that'd like to provide testimony on this item? If you'd like to come forward, please. Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Jeff Lucky. I'm a future resident of the Keep at 6779 South Rossings Place. I'm almost built. In the meantime, I live in Meridian. I'll take less than 3 minutes. I just want to make a statement that I think needs to be said. We look around at a sea of homes, new communities going up everywhere, and the growth is beautiful. It's well done, it's well managed. In this particular case, though, the developer asked when we annex the property, I'll say as a member of the community, we annex the property at a density rate that was forecast to be lower than they've proposed today. So from the last meeting, you were kind enough to listen to the residents of the Keep. And in my opinion, the developer just offered the sleeves off his vest and backed it down 2 lots. With full knowledge that we have overcapacity at schools, we have a hellacious traffic problem that's going to be on Eagle where it's only a arterial residential road there. We're going to have a hard time to even get out of the neighborhood, but with full knowledge that we have those problems, it feels to me like we can't turn a blind eye and contribute to this problem of overcrowding and traffic without first asking the developer to look at what the housing, the front doors, how many there would be if we went back to what was originally forecast to be the density for that community. They came in, they said, we'd like to propose to you that we increase the volume, and yet we're having an argument or a discussion about, we have a situation, folks, and with all of the communities going up everywhere, why are we annexing and increasing the density and doing potentially what we could be doing to Cuna School District and others? I'm sure you can always find a way out, right? We can always find a way to solve the problem, or we can contribute to the problem and listen to the developer who's developing all over the place. So I just felt like that needed to be said, and thank you for listening.
Council, any questions? Okay. All right. Is there anybody else that'd like to provide testimony on this item? Okay, then
Mayor, council members, my name is Brian Miller, not my first round, sorry. Just wanted to come back, I guess, and thank you guys for your consideration last time. I thought it was particularly, I also came to the joint city council meeting with school district, West Ada School District. it was interesting to get you guys' feedback on how you worked with them. I thought that was good. What I think I found most interesting though is, Council Member Cavender asked the developer, Mr. Bailey last time, if the schools could not service these, should the subdivision be approved? And to his comment was, no, it wasn't. Still, it was West Ada points out they have some levers that they can pull. Mountain View High School and the Victory Middle School are past capacity. They cannot, I mean, I guess, yes, you continue to cram kids in to a certain extent, but as a parent whose kid attends Mountain View, that's not something that I think is a great idea. Additionally, I particularly feel for the CUNA School District, and as much as I think it's a great idea for these entities to engage with each other, I'm a tax accountant by trade, and taxing jurisdictions tend to be they have a hard time when it comes to trading taxing jurisdictions, if that makes sense. So I'm not sure in the end, there will probably be some type of agreement about what to do with these particular houses, but I doubt there's going to be some type of, hey, why don't we redraw these borders? Just my thoughts. And I feel for that school district that they've been struggling a lot. And in the end, their comment was essentially that the words they use in there is that they do not have the capacity, ability to service these kids. And I think even by Mr. Bailey's own admission, that should disqualify the subdivision at its current densities. And like I think that many things could be solved simply by a reduction in density. Additionally, the ACHD placed many comments on their concerns when it comes to the traffic. While 2 or 3 of those have been addressed, I don't believe they have fully addressed the concerns of ACHD, and those things I think should still be further evaluated. Did I give my name and address? I apologize. Brian Miller from 687. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Good.
Council, any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that'd like to come forward and provide testimony on this item? Or if you're online, you can use the raise your hand feature. Good evening.
Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Carrie Miller. I live at 6876 South Pemberley Place in the Keep. I just wanted to first of all thank you for giving us a little bit of easement on our property. We really appreciate it. And I just wanted to add voice, since I'm here, about the 2 concerns that we still have. The concerns that we will have a traffic issue with a subdivision that is already being developed right across the street from the Keep and only a 2-lane road. When people have to go to work, we already have an issue. My husband goes to work later in the day and stays later at work so that he can accommodate for that traffic that we already have an issue for. My son also leaves to school at least 35 minutes early so that he can get to school on time for a school that's only 10 minutes away. So the traffic issue is a real problem. But in addition to that, what has already been stated, we have an issue with overcrowding. I liked how the CUNA School District pointed out the negatives of portables. That was what Meridian School District said that they would do to accommodate. However, they never said that we had room. They said that they would somehow make room if need be. And those portables, I'm afraid, are not the answer. They're not the way to take care of our kids. I really do appreciate you and your considerations and all the things that you have come forward and thought through our processes as well. We understand that Meridian is growing and we want to support that growth as well, but we just want to make sure that we look at all the issues before we jump into something that creates more problems. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that'd like to come provide testimony on this item? Okay, then would the applicant like to come forward to close?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. I don't envy your position tonight any more than I do mine. As to the property to the east, so we did discuss the density of the properties along here in the previous hearing, and so we've discussed this previously, and, you know, we went back with the direction that the council gave us as to what we would do in transition, and we had explained where we were on transition from that end. So from that perspective, you know, I could look at moving the substreet on that end. I unfortunately cannot agree to keeping a berm and trees along that boundary. I mean, it would do such violence to the layout, you know, in the subdivision that I don't think that's necessary. And the neighbor there, their house is quite a bit a ways from here, and so certainly, you know, they could construct a berm and the trees within their property on this end of it. So I don't know what to say about that one, except for we kind of are where we are on that one there. If we had a significant request to change the density, then we could defer this and come back and look at that, and then we'd get someone else come up, ask about the transition again at the next meeting. I'm not quite sure how to address that one, but that's my take on it. You know, there were some questions about the density of the project, traffic on Eagle Road and the density of this project. And I know you're aware of this, but I'll remind you that the project is half in a low density residential, which is 3 units to the acre. And another half of the project is in the medium density residential, which is planned at 3 to 8 units to the acre. And our overall project is at 4 units to the acre with this. So we are well within the mid range of the density that has been planned for this property for a long time. You can expect to see properties to the property to the east was developed at this density, higher, I think, that they're discussing on Eagle Road. The property to the west, you can expect to be developed at this density, and the property to the south, I've seen the plan already, which will be, not mine, will be developed at this density also. So I think we're well consistent with the comprehensive plan, which implies that, and we have done the traffic study and submitted that. We know what improvements we have to do to maintain the traffic and what improvements are to be done in the future. There's some scheduled already for Lake Hazel with this. We do have a park close by to this, you know, which has great amenities. This project itself has fantastic amenities, the open space, the walking through this area, the variety of housing product that's very consistent with what the comprehensive plan is asking for specifically in this area and under this density zone. We provide a great transition to the existing lots. You know, and we'd love to work with the neighbors, you know, and work on that thing. And we think we've provided that great transition that way. And we think that the numbers work for this project. We have made some adjustments since the last plan based on your requests. You know, we go with those. As to the schools, I guess first is I didn't mean to imply that the school district had failed in some way in doing what they're doing on their job. So I apologize for that, if I came across that way. I certainly don't mean that. They face a tough job. We have several developments in community that are in CUNA that we've worked on this. The CUNA school district has had a variety of ways they're trying to approach the issues they have with this. But there is a plan, and when we talk about school capacity, that's 2023 to 2024 school capacity that's in there now. So they say they have a plan, but we don't know what that plan looks like in 3 years when the 47 students, projected students from this, you know, approach those schools. So they have that capacity now. And I can't question the school district's, you know, judgment on saying, hey, we're over capacity in these schools, you know, and we've got to get this resolved. The question is, what do I do with this, with my 47 students from this that I'm going to build in 3 years? And better yet, what do you do with that? So, you know, if the CUNA school district is saying, well, you know, this developer did good and this developer has done well, has developed two sites. We're talking, probably talking about another one in CUNA. Their request for the fees has been controversial, to say the least, in that area. And I don't know where that's going to end up with the development community. I know there's been some negotiations, some discussions. I know there's been discussions between this developer and the CUNA school district about this project specifically. So from that, unless we're going to stop development across the board to figure out how we deal with these things. I feel that we need to move forward, on these, and we need to continue to help, which we have been. And we need to continue, and the city council has as well, continue to help the CUNA School District. It's important, right? And they certainly are tasked, limited on the tools they have to do this with. And we've helped them before, and we'll continue to do that. And we'll continue to work with them on the fee structure in CUNA as well. I don't think that, it's my feeling that having this come to a head on this specific project makes sense for the school district or for us or for the city of Meridian, for their future planning and their comprehensive plan. And I think the city's done great on their goals to work with the school districts. It's right in the comprehensive plan. I think there's 4 goals in there that the city's going to work with the districts on these. We're doing our part too. But we think this project in general is consistent with the comprehensive plan. We provided some great amenities. We think it's a really great project. We think it'll provide a lot of great new Meridian residents in this area, and it's timely and orderly from that perspective. And I'd ask for your approval.
Thank you. Council, additional comments, questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Caver.
Mr. Bailey, first, just quick note of apology with the noticing issue. I know you were here a few weeks ago and we didn't do our good job to notify City of CUNA, so I appreciate being back here again tonight. If I remember when this was first before us, I talked a lot about school districts like infrastructure, right? It's like delivering sewer and water and police service and fire service, and be inappropriate, right, for us to approve a development if we couldn't serve it with sewer and water. School districts to me are no different. Roads are no different. It's infrastructure that our public relies on. And so I guess I've got just one question for you, which is what do we tell the families that got kids going to Mountain View? That's already over capacity. We approve this development that is going to put that school at a little over 2,500 students in a school that can handle 2,175. What do I tell them?
I feel I'm in a real tough spot to answer that question because I don't know that I'm the responsible one to tell you what to do when we present you a plan that follows your comp plan. And if we get an open letter from the school district says, we don't like this one, but we like this one, or this one didn't pay their fees, but this one did, then we have kind of a chaos. So I don't have a problem with the system or with what we need or providing for the schools. I have a problem with how it's implemented, how it's working. And so as my take that the Meridian School District did not say, I can't take the kids from this subdivision at that time. And so I don't know that I have an answer for what has to be said in that hypothetical, because the school district didn't tell us that they're going to have to tell those parents of those kids to go to an overcapacity school. And the other piece of this is, from a bigger picture is that we never build overcapacity. I mean, that's standard across the US. Taxpayers will not pay for overcapacity. We are always passing bonds in arrears on this stuff, and we're always pushing the capacity. That's why we invented these things. I don't think it's great. I don't think it's great planning, but I don't think the taxpayers give us any choice. The taxpayers for the school district or the highway districts for that matter give us any choice that we're going to go build a bunch of overcapacity in advance. But we do have notice to them, and they have their plans built on your comprehensive plan about what to expect for students. So where do we hit there and where do we stop is the hard question, which I can't answer for you.
Councilman Cavanagh.
That end of it. I don't think it should be on this project, I guess is the selfish answer.
Then, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Then where? Where do we stop at? 2,500, 3,000, 4,000? There's students at Mountain View that they don't have desks in the classroom, Mr. Bailey. They're eating lunch on the floor. When is it enough? If it's not now, then I'm curious from your expertise. If you said it's not this project, then when is it? Help me know from your expertise.
Well, Councilman Kavner, Mr. Mayor, you know, it seems to me that should be answered in the comprehensive plan, right? Is when to stop. The comprehensive plan is what lays out the plan, the city's plan for their growth. And then the response of people there, and they do get extra, they get extra money from taxes when you bring people in, and they do have, you know, a larger base. Now they've got to go post their bonds and they got to plan ahead and got to build more schools. So that's, the answer is we got to build more high schools.
Mr.
But
Mayor.
I don't know where their plan is.
Councilman Cavanagh.
That is an excellent answer, Mr. Bailey. And so I guess then that brings me to probably my third and final question. I'll try and do my best to be quiet tonight. Would you then accept a condition that you're not granted a building permit until the next bond is passed to allow for future high schools to be built?
Commissioner Kavner, Councilman Kavner, Mr. Mayor, absolutely not. Because that's not the way that our system works. And that puts the developer responsible for getting a bond passed for the school district in order to get the approval from the city on a project. And it just doesn't seem fair the way the system works. And then you can just pick that one, I'm going to make him do this, and this one I'm not. And so if the city thinks that we have an emergency with the schools and you should stop all development, then that's your choice to do that. But it's not a simple numbers matter, you know, that goes that way. So I don't think that would be an appropriate condition. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, just some thoughts, and I don't really know if I need feedback necessarily, but I always am trying to find a way to get to a yes. But I want to be honest, this letter from the CUNA School District is pretty devastating. I mean, just from the perspective that not only are they over capacity, but it's a smaller district. I think we heard pretty clearly they don't have the same tools that the West Ada School District does, right? Like, West Ada has taken the approach, and they could have taken a different approach, but they've taken the approach that they have these tools to redraw boundaries, use portables. I agree with, I think it was Mrs. Miller, but someone who stated, baby portables aren't ideal. I agree with that. Like, as a parent, I don't think a portable is a great solution, but that is the solution that the West Ada School District has embraced. And I have to respect them as the subject matter experts, how they want to deal with tackling growth. They have these tools, but I've just heard not only is CUNA over capacity, but they don't have the same tools. And that gives me a lot of pause. But I'm very sensitive to your point, which is consistency. Like, I don't want to pick on your development and then find that we approve, the Keep West in a future application because there's not that same pressure. I don't know if that's right. I think we need to have a systematic way of trying to tackle this issue. But I do consider schools to be essential infrastructure. Like, their capacity and ability to educate students is critical. It helps drive my decision-making. And from where I'm sitting now, this letter from CUNA is something I wouldn't be able to ignore. I'm not asking for anything besides maybe feedback on that, but that's just kind of how I'm seeing it. I don't disagree with you, though. It wouldn't be fair to pick on yours and then not pick on others. Right? If there's another development that's going to hit the same set of schools, I think we do need a consistent approach. But from the perspective of CUNA specifically, like, this letter, I mean, I have a hard time ignoring this letter.
Councilman Strader, Mr. Mayor. So the bottom line of that issue there is that in discussions with the CUNA School District, they have told other developers and they've told us that if you pay the voluntary fee, then we will support your project, right? And they would still support these numbers, but those last two paragraphs wouldn't say the same thing. So if it's your take that we need to get CUNA school districts buy-in on this project, then your answer on getting the yes is that you say, okay, you go satisfy the school district, you get a positive letter from them, and then we'll go negotiate with them on their fees, and we'll come back with a positive letter from the school district. You can defer us and we'll go do that. But that's you're telling us that we need to pay their fees, their voluntary fees. And we'll accept that if that's your decision.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, I don't agree with that approach, and I in no way intend to tell you to go and pay fees as I actually care about the answer, which is educating the students. Like that's where I'm coming from. And I think we have to assume positive intentions. And I assume that the CUNA School District has just been doing their utmost to try to grapple with like an intractable problem that is extremely difficult to solve. So they've tried this approach about mitigation fees. I don't want to comment on that one way or another, besides that in this application, I'm not requesting that of you. I just think that how we approach this, we need to be consistent with this with future development that is similar. This is a really tough one. Thank you.
Councilman Strader, Mr. Mayor, I want to repeat that we are sensitive to that, and we have worked with the school district, and we'll continue to do that in a variety of ways, right? And I think they have a way, they have a solution. There is a way out, and we're going to continue to help them work on that. There has to be a way out. We gotta educate our kids, no doubt, right? And we're going to keep growing, no doubt, you know, whether it's this one or not.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
And I commend you for that. Well, and the developer that you're representing, I think some of the best community partners are the ones that are trying to help solve that problem. So thank you for that.
Just to add, I got some significant experience in that area in the Valley View School District as well. Right. And so this is not located here because this is a problem. This is just the way he's doing business.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor.
If I could just add one thing, Councilman Overton, I don't know the answer. I meant to ask this question. We didn't. Legislation was just passed where the state is providing funds for facilities. I don't know what the CUNA School District amount is. We have an idea about what state's amount is over a 10-year period. My guess is what the state's going to be providing is more than the development communities probably has provided. Well, the first year will be more than development communities probably provided in the last 10 years would be my guess. But I think if we want to ask the CUNA School District to come up and at least comment on what the number is.
2 million a year.
2 million a year. I don't know what their plans will be. I don't think anyone's figured out how you build with those dollars over a long period of time, but it does weigh into the question, especially as we get into this dialogue, if the state is starting to provide funding, if cities think it's adequate or not to meet the needs, how that plays into the rest of the conversation. Because that is something that the legislature, right or wrong or partially or not, has tried to address to help answer some of these questions. So, Councilman Overton.
Mr. Mayor. Really, I'm going to take a little different tact here. There's people in this room possibly that have lived in this state longer than me. I went to school here, my kids went to school here, and my grandkids now go to school here. And when I moved to this state, it had 5,600 people in this city. When I started working for the city, it had 9,000 people. And we soon became one of the fastest growing cities in the United States since then. And our school district has been working to keep up, having capacity issues for over 30 years. Our roadways have been playing catch up, having issues trying to keep up with the growth for over 30 years. Every time we build a subdivision and we get it built, and then we build one just on the back side of it, people do what I expect them to do, which is come in and say, I don't want to see that here. And then we build that one, and then we build one behind that. And then those people show up. We watch this happen over and over again. I would be disappointed if I didn't see residents from the Keep here, because I know what they're going through. I've watched thousands of people in this city go through the same thing. Walk into these council chambers and talk about the growth and the problems in our schools. But understand something, the school district does not tell us stop. That was not their message when we did a joint meeting with them. They said, we got it. We might be over capacity here and here and here, but we got it. They did not tell us to stop developments in our city. And we did not hear that from the CUNA School District. In fact, they were very favorable about you as a developer. Sometimes I see you kind of getting demonized as you're standing there tonight as a matter of timing. But we're going to be going through this again with other developments in this city across this valley through different high schools. The high school will find solutions. They always do. They've been doing this. I mean, it was one high school when I went to school here, and now we got high schools all over this valley. And you don't tell the city of Meridian to stop all building. You don't tell the city of Eagle to stop building. You don't tell the city of Star to stop building, or West Boise, because all of those feed into the Meridian School District. We don't go and tell all the developers in CUNA to stop building because they're at a crunch, but we ask for their feedback because it's important for us to know. It's also important for them to know so they can plan, because they have to understand as we build what impacts it's going to have on their schools and how dire of an issue it is that they pass their bonds and get some sort of relief in place for the future generations that are coming up. Because I don't want my grandchildren in a school that's overcrowded. I was in the biggest high school in the state of Idaho, which was Meridian High School. We were the biggest. We had one of the largest graduating classes ever. It was only one school in this place, and we just dealt with it. When my kids went to Mountain View and Centennial, Mountain View was huge. Now we've got additional schools here. We're beating a drum that's been beaten for 3 decades. And I feel for everybody here talking about what the traffic's going to look like and what the growth in our schools is going to look like. And the Millers, not that I'm going to single out the Millers. I have a pie-shaped lot. I have no front yard. I'm all backyard. If anybody ever built behind me, I'd have 5 or 6 houses back there. I think it's pretty awesome that the developer went and cut 2 lots out to reduce the amount of homes you had behind your home. Didn't have to, but he did. I appreciate you doing that. I don't think you're here to upset the apple cart. I think you're here to build a good development. You've got low density for what we see with most applications in the city right now. And I'm supportive of this. I understand the issues with the schools, but we're not the schools. And when the schools stand here and tell us, we got this, I don't know that it's our place to say, well, we got this, and we're going to chew you out because of school capacity. We work with the schools, we work with ACHD, but I don't think we can be the police force for the school district as they're trying to decide where they're going to get increased capacity, if they have to redraw boundaries, and how that's going to look in the future. So I appreciate you doing everything you have. You took a barrage of questions tonight, but at some point, we really have to look at how this has been going on for the last 30 years, because it's going to continue. I don't see it slowing down. Everybody likes what we have. We got a great way of life here, and I don't blame them for coming. So thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
I don't have a question for the applicant, and unless my colleagues have any more questions, I'd be prepared to make a motion to close the public hearing so we could have some council discussion on the matter. Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to close the public hearing on file number H2023-0050.
Have a motion second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Just want to share my thoughts. I haven't yet on this. This is I appreciate all the comments that I've heard tonight. Interesting question. What comes first, the infrastructure development or the developments that incentivize the growth out there? This is a really complex question that I don't know that I have a firm opinion on, go back and forth, but I see the value of both. But certainly if there's growth out there, school districts, ACHD, other entities are going to be looking at the plan, the things that are coming online and trying to meet those needs. What's in respect to overcrowding of schools, I think there's a missing piece in all of these conversations, and that is the state of Idaho has recently adopted open enrollment policies, meaning we have, you can go to any public school anywhere in the state regardless of your address. It was legislation that was passed 2 legislative sessions ago. I think it's a bit myopic to consider that what the circumstances we're looking at today is a circumstance that we're always going to be facing. And to think that people are static in their decision-making or that they make decisions in a vacuum is, I think, not realistic, because people make decisions based on lots of circumstances. Charter schools are growing. They're helping with capacity. I think the last numbers were 33,000 kids in charter schools, and it's rapidly growing. That's helping. Like I said, the open enrollment laws, I think, while new, I would encourage our school districts to be talking to each other, because I think educating parents on their options makes a lot of sense. And that's something that the school district should be doing, is when they're having these challenges, hey, there's capacity at a school not far away. I think that's a missing piece of this conversation, and I hope that we can doing that. The school districts would be facilitating some productive discussions. The question of, is this the project, the hill we're going to die on in terms of, are we going to not be approving developments? David, you mentioned, are we going to just stop development? That might be a conversation we should consider if we're there. If we can't meet the infrastructure needs, as Councilman Cavanagh kind of referred to it with school districts and such, maybe we should just put a pause on this area if we're going to do the development. I think it's unfair to the applicant and the people who have the rights to develop this property to say, this is the property in which we're going to have that discussion, and we're going to stop it now. They have followed everything we've asked them to do with the comprehensive plan. I think it's inappropriate to change the rules of the game in the middle of it. It's not fair. I do believe strongly in people's property rights. Unless you're violating a neighbor's property rights and the right of enjoyment, I don't think it's appropriate to say you can't develop something the way you want to. I appreciate the developer being willing to make some accommodations for the millers. There's some accommodations that can't be made, which I understand, but it's challenging, but Councilman Overton made a good point. This is not a new discussion. It's not going to go away. To think that we can't accommodate and plan and pivot and work on these challenges ignores decades and decades of experience that's shown that these are hard questions, but we've risen to the challenge and we figured it out. State of Idaho has said we're going to start doing more to address these needs. I think 2 million a year is insufficient for CUNA. I think CUNA School District is probably one of the more challenging situations in the state of Idaho, no doubt, considering the demand for growth out there. But if you look at the numbers, let's talk numbers. It says 47 students. That's spread out across 12 grades. That means we're talking about 4 kids per grade over a elementary, middle school, high school. We're talking a kid, 1.3 kids per school per grade that we're talking about. I think we can accommodate that. As far as West Ada, it was 148 kids. I understand we're talking new capacity here, but we're not talking like a deluge of kids that are just going to totally shut down the school district. I don't think that's a realistic thing. I'm not suggesting that these aren't real challenges, but I don't see a compelling reason to say that those are reasons enough for this property or this project to move forward. So those are just some of my thoughts on that. Again, we're in a really tough spot with this part of Meridian, the south part of Meridian, where we have some real big infrastructure needs. And I think that's a conversation that needs to be had in terms of holistically what we want to do. But I think it's inappropriate and unfair to the applicant and those who have the rights to develop this property to say, this is the property in which we're going to put our foot down. So with that, I'll be supporting this project.
Thank you. If I could just speak to the infrastructure comment a little bit from, there's a couple of us live in the South and have our perspective. I'm actually going to give ACHD some credit since Christy is on the phone. Eagle Road is going to be developed within a half a mile of this property, fully to 5 lanes once they do that intersection before this project ever probably gets its first building permit issued, if it is approved. They've done a phenomenal job in South Meridian in providing the general road infrastructure. Well, I'm not necessarily proud of all the roads they've built, Eagle and Amity Roundabout, as an example, but they still have actually created a pretty good network of connection in South Meridian, along with our development community, where you do have, Eagle and Meridian, which is going to be improved all the way across. So I think we put in a park, we put in a fire station, we have road improvements that have been significantly invested by the development and or ACHD and are coming. Compare that to Black Cat and North Meridian. the infrastructure in South Meridian is really, really good compared to a lot of other growing parts of our community. Not gonna speak about the schools, not gonna speak, but at least I personally think infrastructure is there. It is an area where we've said is a growth priority area. That being said, every application needs to be viewed on its merits for what it impacts and how it impacts other things, but ACHD has actually gotten, I think, ahead of the game in this area in terms of road infrastructure, more so than other parts of our community, which would, I guarantee you, love us to go redivert those road projects to help see some widenings occur in areas which are already built out on both sides of the roads for several miles that don't have that infrastructure that Eagle Road currently provides. It's going to change. We know that the entrance and exits will be easier or harder. I don't know which. I thought I was never going to get out of my house with a roundabout on Eagle Road. I can get out anytime I want now. So would prefer to light. But the point being, infrastructure changes when you don't really realize what you're going to get and how it's going to impact. And ACHD's done a good job in South Meridian with that, in my opinion. So those are my comments on infrastructure.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, I would concur with your comments. I live in South Meridian and 27 years trying to get out on Overland Road. And now that Locust Grove is 5 lanes, and we've also, hasn't been that long, believe it or not, since we got the overpass on Locust Grove. And so we are always seeing positive changes in that area, but we're also a very, very fiscally conservative state and city and county. And so we will not build it before it's needed. So we are seeing it as it's done, but things get a little tight before things happen most of the time. And so I think we'll see it continuing to improve, but not before things do get a little tight before the changes happen. But it is in process. And so I will be voting for this. I think that the developer has done a really good job with what we've asked them, as well as staying within our constraints regarding the flume and what is required. We are growing, and I think we're doing the best we can to manage and maintain our community within that growth.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
not to, if there's any other council members that would like to make comments, I don't want to be ahead of them, but I would be prepared to make a motion at this point. Okay, Mr. Mayor, I move, after considering all staff and public testimony, I move to approve file number H-2023-0050.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve item H 2023-0050. Is there discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh first.
Always like to defer to staff, but all right. Those of you don't know me, know that I have such love for local government. I love that we wrestle with these issues, and it's not good guys and bad guys. It's just differing perspectives. And I appreciate hearing from all of my colleagues tonight. There was an application across the street from this that I opposed a few weeks ago for the same reasons I'm going to be opposing this tonight. There's two kind of things that have sat in the back of my head this evening, and applicant talked a little bit about fairness. We heard a little bit of discussion about fairness tonight. And for me, fairness is making sure that our students have desks to sit in and lunch tables to sit at and access to libraries. We're too good of a community to not be able to let that be for our students. Councilmember Overton brought up a really good point about growth. I went to 3 different elementary schools without ever moving because of growth, and rode a bus from Cherry Lane and Locust to Shinden and Cloverdale to sit in a classroom with 33 kids in a portable. Not ideal. Difference was, though, at least at that point in time, our community really supported bonds for schools. And I think that season has come to an end. And so If we as a body are not going to be more critical about the impact of housing on our schools and on our roads, recognizing that our community has to deal with the growth of Star and Eagle and Boise and Canyon County, all of which are in the West Ada, we're going to start creating some really, really big challenges, not just at Mountain View and not just at Rocky, but we're going to see that spill over to Meridian and Centennial and our elementary schools. So I am opposed to this tonight. I think this is generating too many students to a school that cannot handle it. We know West Ada can't say that they can't handle it. I applaud CUNA for being more bold about it. Ultimately, for this application, the students that are going to go to a CUNA school are going into this eyes wide open, right? They know what they're getting into when they move into this neighborhood. They're going in, these 42 students will go to a school that they know is over capacity. I'm not thinking about the students that this neighborhood's going to generate. I'm thinking about the students that are already in the school. Schools that are full because maybe our council made less disciplined decisions in the past. We've generated too many people. And so I'm going to be very critical about any housing development that generates an abundance of students into schools that can't handle it. So I was opposed to this weeks ago. I asked the applicant a question again if he'd be opposed. He said at the time he was, he's changed his mind. That's okay. We're all free to change our mind on issues. But I want to do what's fair for the students, and I don't think that this development is going to be fair for the students in Meridian.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, just to explain my perspective, I think it's pretty similar to Councilman Kavner's. I think the difference for me is, and again, ultimately, I have to trust my fellow agencies in government, right? At some point. So if West Ada's approach is we have these tools, this is how we're going to handle growth, I have to trust them that is the case. I can't second guess the West Ada School District and try to do their job for them. But similarly, I'm not going to disregard the letter from the CUNA School District when their testimony tonight was that they don't have the same tools available. It seems like a pretty severe situation. I appreciate the developer's testimony regarding the potential flaws in that school district's approach with mitigation fees and different conclusions. I'm not a judge sitting up here that's seen that, or that can provide, I guess, feedback on that approach. I haven't seen that, but again, it's not that often that we're interacting with the CUNA school district. At the end of the day, if I have an agency saying our 10-year plan is totally dependent on passing, bonds or levies, the legislature's funding for facility needs is totally inadequate, that they don't have the ability to do portables, that they don't have the same capacity and they don't have the ability to redraw boundaries to the same extent that West Ada does. I think there is a difference there. And so for me, any development that borders the CUNA school district, I'm going to have to take a pretty consistent approach with that being problematic at this time. I also feel for all students within the West Ada school district that are experiencing overcrowding. And I don't necessarily agree with the approach that West Ada has taken. I think they should be bolder if they need something from us. But again, we've asked that question like 5 times and we keep getting the same answer. So that's where I'm at tonight. I'm a no on this one. I think that we should be consistent in this approach. At least I will be from a decision-making standpoint with any residential development that would utilize the CUNA school district. And then if West Ada, provided me similar feedback, I'd have to take that into account, but they haven't. So that's where I'm at tonight, just to help kind of explain my decision-making criteria. I applaud the developer for, and it looks like it's going to go your way, but we'll see. I appreciate your flexibility in trying to redraw, removing 2 lots, et cetera. I think that helped a lot. I don't think this is like a hugely dense development, but again, I do consider schools critical infrastructure. It's an important decision-making criteria for me. It's not something that I will be able to ignore. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes,
Just wanted to remind the council to take action one way or the other on the applicant's request to leave the far lateral open and not pipe it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
I would restate the motion if needed, but given that it's written in it's in here, would it be assumed that we're doing, or do we need to state it? Maybe that's a Bill Neri. Would you like to have it stated in the motion?
The applicant is
Okay.
making a request, so if you can take action on it, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
withdraw my original motion to make another motion. Am I doing this correctly? Procedurally, do I need to withdraw that motion?
You don't need to, you just.
Just be okay? All right.
Did.
I'm going to restate the motion then. I move that we approve file number H-2023-0050 with the condition that we waive UDC 11-3A-6B.3A to allow the far lateral to remain open as a linear open space and not be piped.
Second agrees.
Second agrees with the change. Is there further discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
No.
Little Roberts.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Strater.
No.
Ayes are 3, noes are 2, and the item is agreed to. Thank you for everyone for coming out. I would encourage the school districts to get together because I think ultimately when this is built, having the kids go to the same school if possible is great for neighborhood continuity. It may take a little bit of work with West Ada, but I encourage you to do so to help figure that out. And maybe that will be the solution for you all as a better way to help address the issue. So thank you. We'll go and take a recess. We'll reconvene at 8:45. All right, council, we'll go ahead and come on back from recess. It is 8:45 by the clock on the computer. So with that, we'll move on to item 22, which is the public hearing for city-side storage, H 2023-0058. We will open this public hearing with staff comments. Good evening, Linda.
Good evening. Evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Linda Ritter, Associate Planner. So tonight we are here because the applicant is requesting a conditional use permit and a DA modification to construct a 54.5 foot, 4-story, 135,000 square foot self-storage facility containing 777 units and 15 exterior drive-up self-service storage units and climate control structures for a total of 792 units with a building footprint of 32,500 square feet on 2.08 acres of land, zone CG, located at 2755 North Eagle Road. Access to the site is from the existing private road, North Cajun Lane, via Eustick Road or East Seville Lane from North Eagle Road. There is no direct access to the property from North Eagle Road. There's a total of 8 parking spaces that are proposed, exceeding the UDC minimum standards, as parking is based on the square footage of the office space, which is 862 square feet. There's an existing 20-foot landscape buffer with a 10-foot detached sidewalk along North Eagle Road. The property owner is proposing an additional 10 feet of landscaping along North Eagle Road, which shall be installed per the standards listed in the UDC. A 25-foot wide buffer is required for the residential land use to the west as set forth in the UDC. There's an existing landscaping along the multi-use pathway along the southern property boundary, which was installed with the previous development. There are no existing trees on the site, and the landscaping along the pathway, it will not be removed and will be protected during construction. Per the Parks Department, multi-use pathways already exist in the area. No additional pathways are required for this project. Pedestrian lighting along Eagle Road is being required with this development and shall meet the requirements of the UDC, post and luminaire, historical type lighting per the Meridian City Standard specifications will be installed, and the height shall be 14 feet. Conceptual building elevations were submitted for this proposed structure. Building material consists of metal panels and stone pattern tiles. Final design is required to comply with the design standards and our architectural standard manuals and the recorded agreement. The site plan depicts faux stucco walls enclosing the property as fencing for this project. There is an existing development agreement on this property, which only allows uses such as retail, restaurant, and office. A storage facility is not considered office nor retail, as UDC 11-1A-1 defines retail as following: the use of a site that offers merchandise to the public for monetary compensation. The uses include, but is not limited to, convenience stores, food stores, apparel and accessory stores, book, computers, and music stores, electronics and appliances, floors, furniture, home furnishings, general merchandise stores, health and personal care stores, hobby, office supplies, stationery, gift stores, specialty stores, sporting goods, and used merchandise stores. And the existing DA also has a maximum square footage of one single building in the CG portion of the project that shall not exceed 32,500 square feet. The applicant requests almost 4 times the square footage for the proposed storage facility than allotted to the existing commercial businesses within this subdivision. The new DA that is being proposed will include the addition of storage facility as a use, will increase the building's square footage to 135,000 square feet with a building footprint of 32,500 square feet. Staff is recommending the applicant to enter into this new agreement as there are too many owners subject to the previous agreement. The new DA should also include the parcel number R945580265, along with the revised concept plans and a commercial office building elevation showing future development of this parcel. A provision in the new DA will limit the heights of all the buildings to a maximum of 35 feet. And this was provided to the staff 15 days before this hearing. This is the location of the property. These are the residential units. And this is the commercial area in front of the residential units. And this is just a plan showing the zoning in the area. So the comparison tables here are showing the height of the existing buildings in the area is a value tool for assessing the proposed development's impact on the neighborhood visual harmony and overall character. A 64% increase in height compared to the tallest buildings in the immediate area is a significant difference that warrants careful consideration. The applicant's request is almost 4 times the square footage of the proposed storage facility than allotted in the commercial business within this subdivision. And the applicant stated the scale of the building makes the project more economically feasible and the high cost of land can be spread across more units. Excuse me. The applicant also stated the proposed height of 54.5 feet conforms with the existing CG zoning allowance of 65 feet, which was a significant consideration in the developer's decision to purchase the land. Although the applicant has put forth several arguments in favor of the proposed location and building scale, emphasizing the transition with existing residential areas, economic feasibility, and adherence to zoning regulations, it is important to remember there is an existing development agreement that regulates the uses and square footage of buildings on the property. It is also crucial to consider the visual and architectural harmony within the surrounding context. So this picture right here provides a snapshot of the height difference for the existing structures and the proposed self-storage facility. As you can see, I think it's Discount Tire that's here, has a building height of 26 feet, and this is the proposed building of 54.5 feet. So staff feels that the proposed height will not be harmonious with adjacent residential and commercial uses and will negatively impact these uses as it may lead to overshadowing of neighboring structures or altering the character of the area, which are a concern. So for the visual impacts, the disproportionate height of the building may disrupt the visual harmony of the surrounding area. It could potentially create an eyesore or clash with the existing aesthetics. The overshadowing, the height of the proposed building might cast shadows over the neighboring structures, impacting their natural light and potentially their functionality. The character of the area, the proposed development may alter the character of the neighborhood or area. Maintaining compatibility with existing structures is crucial for preserving the overall aesthetics and functionality of the neighborhood. But staff feels that the proposed storage facility, it would meet the dimensional standards for the setbacks, landscape buffers, and parking requirements. However, the existing development agreement does not allow storage facilities as in use without an amendment. And there is a staff report that was done in 2006 by the original owner, in which staff stated a development agreement is necessary due to the close proximity of the existing and future residential uses to ensure that the property is developed in a fashion that is consistent with the comprehensive plan design and does not negatively impact nearby projects. The language in the development agreement for the maximum square footage was proposed by the developer at the time for the Bentonville Square subdivision. And again, although the maximum height for the CG zoning district is 65 feet, the development agreement limits the maximum square footage of a single building to 32,500 square feet. So staff finds that the proposed storage unit, if approved at the requested height and square footage, would not maintain compatibility with the existing structure, which is crucial not only for the aesthetics, but also the functional integration of the new development in the community. So staff recommends that the building height not exceed 35 feet in height, which is consistent with the adjacent structures in the area. Staff is not opposed to additional square footage as long as the applicant keeps the structure at 35 feet in height. So there were 5 written testimonies in support of the project as proposed, and 1 in support with a maximum height of 48 feet. Again, staff is recommending approval of proposed modification to the development agreement and conditional use permit, subject to the conditions and findings outlined in the staff report. So at this time, I'll stand for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Linda. Council, any questions for staff? Okay, will the applicant like to come forward?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Jeff Wardle, my address is 251 East Front, Boise, Suite 310, with Clark Wardle, and you get both Heath and I here tonight. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, and I just want to let you know this application involves no silos, no school children, and no CCHD roadways. So if we can just pull up my presentation. We appreciate the opportunity to be here with you tonight. My client is here, Mr. Hozak, who represents both the owner and the developer of the application. And we agree with staff, except for the fact that this application is about the use, the height, and the mass. And I've had the conversation with Mr. Neri repeatedly over the years about the City of Meridian's development agreement application process. And this is a prime example. I think when the development agreement was done in 2006, everybody was way too loose on what was the use, just to have this phrase retail, restaurant, or office without actually matching what was in the UDC. And the other problem becomes one of site plan. So we're going to move through this because I know that time is a precious commodity. So the design team has put a lot of effort into this application and has done a lot of work, and it is impressive, and I appreciate my client's work with his neighbors for the fact that you have nothing but positive comments from the property owners and the HOAs in the immediate vicinity, and specific design elements were undertaken to address and minimize the concerns. Fundamentally, our objection with staff's response and staff's height concern is that the standards that staff articulates with respect to visual, with respect to shadows, with respect to height and impact on the neighborhood, A, are divorced from the original 2006 development agreement, and B, have no basis in our code. If the City of Meridian wants us to look at the issues of shadow due to height, there is a mechanism to do that, to adopt a standard and make it something that is objective. That's not what we're faced with here tonight. So our request is to approve the DA modification, approve the conditional use permit, approve the site plan as we've proposed, approve our height at 48 feet with an allowance for necessary architectural features to comply with the design standards of Meridian City Code, and approve the design with the massing proposed. So staff indicated that this is part of the Bienville development agreement from 2006, southwest corner of Eustick and Eagle Road on the west side. The application before you tonight involves 2 parcels owned by my client, but the CUP is the southern one, the somewhat uniquely shaped parcel there on the south. To the south is an existing drain and an existing park pathway with a significant setback to the unannexed properties to the south. Now, access is solely from Seville and Cajun to the site, so we don't have any other public streets to worry about. The property is currently zoned CG, and service commercial is our largest scale and broadest mix of retail, office, service, and light industrial uses. That is the purpose of the CG zone. That determination was made when the Bienville subdivision was annexed and the development agreement adopted. It has a maximum height of 65 feet under our code. And you'll see in a moment that the development agreement acknowledged a 65-foot height limit in the CG zone. The future land use map, more importantly, is mixed use regional, which also is an intensive use contemplating a mixture of uses that were satisfied originally with the Bienville application, with the integration of medium and high density residential plus commercial fronting Eagle. The mixed use regional is all of the Eagle corridor, and it's intended to be that type of use. So you've seen the site plan. What is proposed is a 4-story conditioned storage facility that is L-shaped, that is placed up on the northern boundary, up against the northern border, which is where Discount Tire is, and laid across Eagle Road. We initially proposed 55 feet. Staff insisted on 35 feet. I note that the CG zone permits 65 feet. And at planning and zoning, after much conversation amongst the commissioners, plus neighbor who commented, plus my client, 48 feet is appropriate if we have the ability to work with the necessary architectural modulation above 48 feet. But much like you've heard tonight on some of the residential applications, it's important to let our comp plan and our zoning ordinance work together and support the type of development that applicants can look at the map and go, we can build X in this location. This is a commercial use with a 65-foot height requirement. So staff relies on this text from the comprehensive plan, and we don't disagree that uses should minimize conflict and that there should be compatibility. But I think the question that's being posed by staff is wrong on the issue of compatibility. The compatibility decision was made when 8 acres of CG zoned property on Eagle Road were integrated into the larger mixed use Bienville subdivision many years ago. And to assert that the height is appropriate, I don't like fighting with your staff. I know people think that that's what I do and that's how I get paid. I really don't. I value staff. But there is absolutely no basis under the Meridian UDC or the Meridian Comprehensive Plan for the type of analysis that staff insists that we satisfy here. This is the type of analysis that you see being utilized in larger jurisdictions that want to oppose any type of development by insisting that we do shade studies and that we do evaluations of visual acuity. That's not what we do in Idaho. You don't have a right to a view. We do have an obligation to comply with design standards. And the important thing is that the next 2 policies in the comp plan tell us what to do to meet that. And it's we look at site development, we look at site selection, we look at how we landscape and provide buffers and setbacks. That's how we ensure compatibility. We don't do it by just arbitrarily going, well, under the current DA, you have the right to build to 65 feet, but if you want a modification, you're going to have to lower it 30 feet and give that right up. So what do we know? The mixed use regional contemplates intensive use, and this is a use that is totally compatible with the existing zoning and the comprehensive plan. The CG zone permits intense development and contemplates heights up to 65 feet. Now, what do we know from the Bienville Square development agreement in 2007? Well, first, we know that when the property was annexed, that there were 3 parcels that were zoned as a result of that. There was a CG portion, an R18 and an R15, and that a conditional use permit was required at that time because having a mixed use required a conditional use permit. I have no qualms about coming in front of you with a conditional use permit for a slightly more intensive commercial use because that's appropriate. But I do disagree with the assessment that this wasn't considered and that this is a significant deviation from what was originally improved. Because in fact, the original Bienville application acknowledged that the CG elements were largely to be determined, including height and massing. As we go through the Bienville DA, we note that when it talked about the non-residential square footage, it said to be determined, 44,000 square feet shown. Proposed building heights were to be the CG limit. And the percentage of the site coverage or floor area ratio or massing of the building was not defined in the development agreement. All contemplated returning with a more refined site plan and application. We also know that the Bienville Square DA defined the transition, that you put CG zoning out on Eagle Road. You had R15 as a buffer to the more intensive, to the less intensive residential development to the south, to the commercial uses, and to the others. We also know that the CUP was required to construct retail, restaurant, and office uses. And that I think if we look back to 2007, Mr. Neri, I don't think any of us would do a DA with that description of uses. So the transition was adopted and addressed in the original DA by designating this property as CG and having it buffered by R15. Now, the R15 site plan is interesting because here's the site plan. It shows the R15 there in the middle. And what it shows is it contemplated that those R15 units would be townhouses that were alley loaded and oriented towards the the commercial property with 2 large office buildings potentially on the corner there. That's not what actually developed. And we'll get to that in a moment. But what I want us to really note is that when we look at this zoning, when we look at the comprehensive plan analysis, how has the city evaluated it? Well, immediately across the street, across Eagle Road, with identical zoning and identical land use designations, adjacent to identical residential zoning as we have here, the city has had no qualms approving multiple applications that have the type of height or more than what we're talking about. We've seen applications for 40 feet in height approved, which were then modified to 41 feet and 4 stories. We've seen applications approved with 45 feet and 4 stories immediately across the street from less intense residential. We've seen 49-foot multifamily approvals that are immediately across the street from low-density residential. And on Eagle Road itself, we have an approved similar use that proposed the building height of 42 to 50 feet for a similar storage product that they came back and asked you to modify to multifamily, and that was rejected. So this body has repeatedly approved site plans and development agreements that have had the type of height and massing that we're asking for. Same land use designation, same zone, same proximity to residential zones, similar height. So how do you address the impact? Well, you address it through buffering, screening, transitional densities, site design practices, your vegetation, your berms, your other elements. We've done that. We've oriented towards the arterial. We've pushed the mass of the building away from the residential development. We've used a use that's compatible with the parking and access limitations that exist on this site. We've paid attention to minimize the mass by breaking it up in an L shape and pushing it out towards Eagle Road. We have located it to be compatible with adjoining use. How do we know that? Well, when we look at the site, I would direct your attention to Cajun. Those are the townhouses that staff has expressed concern about this project overshadowing. Those townhouses were revised from what was in the site plan so that the front of those face an internal mew. This is Cajun, and they all take access with their garages off Cajun, functioning much like an alley. What you don't see there are living room windows, bedroom windows, any type of active space oriented towards Cajun. Why not? Because Cajun sits 350 feet off of Eagle Road. That's not where we want people to be oriented and focused. My client has taken attention to that, has designed a buffer and designed the setback with landscaping and other elements that are required. There you can see the original design with the office buildings and with those Cajun townhouses, which have now been reversed. Thus, the design elements that have gone through from the 2007 implementation of this development agreement all focus on the reality that this was intended to be an intensive use. The properties to the south are not a concern either, because you already have the buffer staff described, plus you have larger lots with mature landscaping. To address that, my client has indicated we will construct the requisite wall with the requisite landscaping. And this middle image right here shows what that looks like from one of those properties on the south, one of the larger lot unannexed properties. So discount tire, yes, is 26 feet high, but it's not impacted by this as we're setting it farther back. Height is like density. We plan for it, we provide for it, we show up at public hearings and we get told there's too much of it, even though it's compliant with what is there. And when we give mass up, you never get it back. And then we end up with sprawl and we end up with all the other things that we're concerned about because we give in and we take that off the table. You have a code that says CG permits 65 feet. You have a development agreement that says it permits 65 feet. We're not looking for 65 feet. We're looking for 48. Now, normally, many of you have seen me many nights, and you know that generally when it comes to applications, I will just bulldoze neighbors. My client did not do that in this case. My client has spent years working with the adjoining property owners, and this is the result of that. We 100% unanimously approve. We support the project. We support a height of 48 feet. I support the proposed project. Our HOA supports the project as proposed. Therefore, our ask, approve the DA modification, approve the conditional use permit, grant us a height of 48 feet plus whatever you feel is appropriate so we can have the necessary architectural interest that's required under your development code, approve the design with the massing and site plan as approved. And I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, just when your client acquired this property, I was part of the due diligence process. Were they aware of and reviewed the existing development agreement?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Strader, absolutely. My client's sophisticated, aware of that development agreement, also aware of the fact that the original development agreement left a lot of issues up in the air that would be addressed and need to be addressed in future applications.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Plus necessary architectural features. Help me understand that. What kind of architectural features are we talking about? How big are they?
How much modulation, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Strader, it's how much modulation do you want over the roof deck? I mean, that's ultimately the question. We'd like 4 stories, would like a top roof level of 48 feet, but we know that there needs to be additional architectural attention, modifications, and details that address the requirements of your code.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
I assume if you've gotten to this point in the process, though, you at least have plans or an idea of what architectural features you're proposing, right? I see renderings. So help me understand how what you've proposed exceeds 48 feet and where and by how much?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Strader, if I can go back. This is an early rendering, but you did have the elevations that staff showed you, that there is modulation, that we're not talking about straight flat walls. You can address that type of screening. We can address that type of modulation. We can address a parapet height. But I just wanted to be clear because far too often when we have conversations about height and what the roof height is, we need to also address what your screening requirements are above that parapet. So if you want to say, 24 inches above the elevation of the roof at 48 feet with, multiple changes in plane, that's totally understandable and we can do that. If you're telling us that we can't put mechanical equipment on above 48 feet, even if we screen it, we need to know and understand that.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Well, it's nice having you here. Gets me energized after a long meeting. Appreciate your passion. What's the maximum height that you're proposing?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Kavanaugh, our ask is 48 feet with 36 inches. 36 inches? 36 inches for screening and parapet.
Mr. Mayor,
That's 51 for those that aren't good at math.
answer my question for me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Mr. Wardle, just sounded like you accommodated some neighbors to bring the height down. Did you lose a story, a layer of development there, or where did you lose that? Or help me understand that kind of reduction.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Taylor, this is where I'm going to ask my client up because I don't understand conditioned storage.
Just state your name for the record, please.
Ken Hosack, 3676 North Harbor Lane in Boise. And yeah, on the, in terms of the neighbors, we had, in the staff report, they had said 35 feet. So we came into the meeting with trying to get it as low as possible. And so in the meeting, we proposed a compromise of 48 feet. Public testimony, there was a woman that testified that she did not, she opposed the project height of 54.5. We round up to 55. At the end of the meeting, she came up to me and said, I will support 48 feet. And she is right across the street, one of the townhomes she owns. And so that's where that came from. And in terms of modulation, this does not have to be uniform around the entire building. I think there's certain treatments we might elect to do together with staff as we work through this to have more modulation on the side of Eagle Road where it's not sensitive to that residential transition, and perhaps try to do less on the back. Because, you know, if we're at 45 and the townhomes are at 35, you know, we don't want to add, you know, too much more above the 45 next to the townhomes. But at 35, you could actually stand on the roof of the townhomes and look down on the roof of the 35-foot self-storage, if that's were the case. And I want to also add that planning and zoning, when they address this issue of height, their specific thing, they basically modified the staff report in their recommendation and said that it would be less, they approve less than 54.5, subject to this discussion at City Council.
Mr. Mayor, a quick follow-up.
Yes.
Just in terms of the design structure, I think if I remember correctly, I was reading in the planning and zoning meeting minutes that to make this property pencil out, you needed the height and the mass to get as many units in there in terms of making the financials work. What are you looking at rent per square foot on this? Is like $1, like 90 cents a square foot, $1.50 a square foot? Do you have any rent projections?
Yeah, so market right now, and the market is softening for self-storage right now. So I think, but it's not necessarily the height that drives the financial model. And I have a massive pro forma that's 60 Excel spreadsheets. It's the number of stories. And so what we really need to do is just maximize the stories. But in terms of revenue right now, I had a financial analyst that did a market study who said it would be $1.32 a square foot. And right now, that's going down in Boise. But I think by the time that this gets built, let's say we start in spring of 25, which would probably be the earliest we would be able to do it based on interest rates and other considerations. We would finish the project in spring of 26, and then it's 3 years of stabilization. So we really, probably in the first 3 years of stabilizations, the market rates would be a little bit less to stabilize it, to fill up the project.
Right, because a quick follow-up, I think, you know, a lot of the market rent right now, it's, if you looked around, it's about $1 a square foot for a lot of stuff, give or take 5 or 10 cents from what I've seen currently on the market rate rents. And if you've got about 100,000 people or so within three square miles of a storage unit, it's going to take what, 3 to 4 years on average to maybe fully lease it up. So do you think, because my question is kind of on the financial side, making it pencil out, because I like that it's more dense. I don't like storage units that take up, 3 or 4 acres or whatever. And so I think it's a product that's needed. And seeing it a little bit more in the valley, I think is a good thing. But my, just in concerns of where interest rates are, it is softening. There's a lot of self-storage that's coming online. A market rate, $1.30 per square foot is kind of high, considering some of the other ones close by around 90 cents or $1 a square foot. Obviously, we're looking at several years down the road before that comes to fruition, but are you comfortable with the financials of this project, that you're not going to be left with a building built, but not fully,
I'm putting my own money in this, so I'm very comfortable. One thing about self-storage and, offline, I'll tell you how I ended up selecting self-storage. That wasn't what I really went into. I was trying to do office, retail, or residential, but without access to Eagle Road, it's not feasible. But in storage, as I've been learning this over the last 3 years, there's street rates and in-place rates. And so what you're seeing in terms of rates are the offering rates that storage units are putting on their website. And then they're getting people in there for 1 or 2 or 3 months and then raising the rents. And what you don't know is what the in-place rents are. And there's a company called Yardi Matrix that just did an hour-long market analysis of this. And I was paying very, very close attention. But a lot of times those teaser rates or those street rates are 40, 50, 60% below the in-place rates. And so when I do my pro forma, I have to be very careful to reflect the street rates for a portion of that stabilization. But the value of the building is based on in-place, and it's a lot higher.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
just flip through the renderings again so we can see the different perspectives.
I think we need to switch to staff's.
Linda, is that possible? Please, thank you.
Mayor, Councilmember Strader, which one did you want to see?
Just if we just spin through them really quick.
Okay.
Particularly, I'm curious about the view from Eagle Road and then the view from the back from where the townhomes are.
Maybe while that's being pulled up, play some to Trump. If you know, what's our zoning height for single family residential? Any idea?
Mr. Mayor, council members, it depends on your zone. The R15 here, when it was originally approved with these townhouses, the DA provided and contemplated a 40-foot height, but I think in most of your residential zones that are less intensive than the R15, it's 35 feet.
That's what I assumed. I think, from that standpoint, and modulation within between a 1-story and it's, well, in my immediate area, we've got 3 homes, which are 2 or 3-story, and one home, which is 1-story. My guess maxes out at 17 roof pitch, because it's pretty square, pretty flat roof. I'm guessing we're setting at 18 to 19 feet difference within our residential zone, which is not uncommon. I don't know about the exact building. Some go higher, some go lower, but just want to get some perspective. The tying this to a residential, single family residential zone seems unusual.
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Strader, I think here is your site plan with your site plan. The one with Discount Tire in the upper right is what that looks like from Eagle Road. And that's the facade that has the most significant modulation of the facade and most significant modulation of the height. In the picture that is in the below that in the lower right-hand corner, that is from the southwest corner of the site, looking back from the intersection of Cajun and the other road that goes to the south. And so you see the wall, the fencing that we've proposed there, as well as the landscaping, and that's the existing path.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strainer.
So what view is the lower left-hand side then? Is that from Eagle or?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Strader, that lower left-hand side, that is from Eagle, where the pathway comes out on the south side of the existing drain.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, we have anyone signed up to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, yes, and I apologize if I mispronounced Jeff Verba.
Good evening. If you say your name and
Mayor,
address for the record.
Councilman, my name's Jeff Verba. I live at 3005 North LeBlanc Way in Meridian, Idaho. And that's just part of the, just south or east of Beneville Square there. So it's in the single family homes that are over there. Overall, we are happy that something might be going into that area there. I personally am happy something's going in there, but the problem I have is if you go down Eagle Road, just drive down Eagle Road, all of the buildings we have that are on Eagle Road or within 20 feet from Eagle Road with the sidewalk and everything else are all single-story buildings or maximum two-story buildings, except for two that I saw from the interstate all the way down to where this facility is being proposed. And that was Portico, and there was another Water Rock or Water Creek hotel or long-term stay. That's the only two buildings that are on Eagle Road that's over 35 feet tall. I am against the 35. I want to try to keep it right around 35 feet if they put it in there. The 48 feet plus or minus a little bit because of everything else going in. How are we going to maintain that? They're going to say, well, we need the extra to cover up the stuff. So it might end up being 52, 53, 54 feet. And to be able to check that, all the other buildings they were talking about with the other apartment complexes that were multiple stories, 3-4 stories tall, they're all off of Eagle Road. They're further back, over 100 feet back from Eagle Road. They want to put theirs within 25, 30 feet from Eagle Road. So that's going to be a solid wall. The landscaping, yes, looks nice there with the renderings, but the buildings and plants they're going to be planting at that time are not going to be the tall plants that they're looking there. They're going to be shorter plants. So you're going to look at nothing but a flat wall going up there. And that's where my main concern is. The aesthetics, driving down Eagle Road, I got to drive there 2 times every day, 6 days a week. I like to look out when I'm driving, see some of the trees, see some of the bushes. You look at the facility of, my blank. You got the Blue Cross right there and right across the street from Blue Cross. They've got a lot of beautiful landscaping out in front that are blocking your view of the buildings. If they could do that, I would be all for 100% for that building going in there. But right now, with it being proposed at that height that they're trying to request and more of a solid wall on Eagle Road, I'm against it for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Okay, thank you. Anybody else, Mr. Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Is there anybody else who would like, we're going to go through the public testimony.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Hozak did sign in as a maybe. If that's, just wanted to tell you that.
Okay. All right. Council would. Well, he'll wait with you for closing. Okay. Is there anybody else from the audience who'd like to come forward and provide testimony on this item? Or if you're online, use the raise your hand. Be sure. And go and come forward. State your name and address for the record.
Sherry, you are 232, you know my address.
No, we don't.
232, what is my address? 2343 East Skokie Court, Eagle, Idaho, 83616.
Thank you.
The Hozaks have such an amazing reputation and they do beautiful, beautiful things. Like, I love, everyone wants to look at beautiful things when they drive down the road. I wish I was looking at the ocean when I drove down the road. Like, that's so silly. This development is great. We've lived here a long time. My children grew up here. We cry when we see things being gone on Star Road. Like, I love all of that. And I love the heart of that and the people, but like, it's so much better here. Everything is so much better here because we've developed and grown. And I just wish the community would stop crying about things changing. It's wonderful. And it's sad. It's sad. I'm sad for a lot of things that aren't here anymore, but these are reputable people. These are great people. They've done great work all over Boise, all over everywhere. And I just think you guys need to be at peace with what's coming and not worry about pushes. We have reputable, great people. They need to be considered more than landscaping. The people you're working with are amazing, and that's valued. Thank you.
Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor, yes.
Councilwoman Sher, ma'am, I think there's questions for you.
Hi, Sherry. Thanks for being here. Help me understand your perspective. So you live in Eagle. Were you invited to this public hearing? Did you just find out about the project and you were concerned about it?
I'm actually here for something else, but then I ran into someone I know that's here talking to you guys. So yeah, I have an opinion because I live here. I live in Idaho and it's a small town.
Sure. No, I understand. I just wanted to help understand the context because you testified on a couple of different applications, but you live in Eagle.
By accident, you guys called me up for something else
Oh.
and I spoke and we're last. So I
Got it.
actually wanted to testify over what's last, but like you hear the same thing over and over and over and over again, right? We've all lived here. It's changing. That's sad. It's so frustrating. Just get on with it already. Like, it's taking too long. Let's just develop. Let's just move on. Not everyone is crying about development and yards. I lost my view from my farm. It's Sterling, I think. There's a whole bunch of homes there. It's a bummer, but it's so great that we have more than one high school for our children to go to. Mine went to Meridian High School. Mine went to Eagle High School. We are so thankful. There's more choices here. Like, I just,
Interesting. Okay. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that'd like to provide testimony on this item? Okay, then would the applicant like to come forward to close?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I'm not going to take a lot of your time. This application obviously is a unique use that was not contemplated in the 2007 development agreement. That's why we're here. With respect to the height and with respect to the development agreement, I mean, Councilmember Strader raised a valid point. There is a development agreement. And because of the way we do development agreements here, you all know, unfortunately, about half your items seem to be us coming back 10, 15 years after development agreement has been adopted, asking you to modify it because the economics of whatever the design were just don't work. In this instance, you have a use that is a very low intensity use in terms of traffic generation that is in a corridor that you've said should be an intensive corridor. And I disagree. I understand the gentleman's concern, but I disagree. We should not be forcing the buildings off of Eagle Road. We should be putting the buildings up to Eagle Road. That's why we have the CG zone. That's why we have 65-foot height limit. And why do we do that? We do that because we don't need to have parking lots defining our community, especially on a significant arterial where this council and councils before and Planning and Zoning Commission said Eagle Road is an intensive corridor that we're going to designate as a regional mixed use corridor on our land use map. And we're going to put our most intensive commercial zones there and our most intensive residential zones. So in this instance, I appreciate what my client has done to work with the neighbors in the neighborhood. We're not asking for 65 feet. We've come off 55 feet. We need 4 stories with the top deck being 48 feet. We want to be able to give you the modulation that we've shown there. If we need to address the Eagle Road frontage in the design process, that's why we have your design standards that we comply with and go through. I disagree with staff. And I've had this disagreement with staffs throughout the county. And I've also had the disagreement with individuals who come and testify and talk about, oh, we can't have height because height adversely affects adjoining properties. Well, if that's the case, then let's adopt the relevant standards. But what we have is a Wild West where people go, oh, there's going to be shadow. We don't know what the objective requirement is. But in this instance, all of the residential properties that staff identified as being adversely affected either are functionally alley loaded with no visual orientation towards this property because that's where their rear load garages are, or they're houses on the other side of a drain, on the other side of a landscaped buffer with mature landscaping that are not here to testify in opposition tonight. We've set the massing back away from all the residential uses and oriented it towards the commercial uses into Eagle Road. So for that, our request, again, is approve the DA modification, approve the conditional use permit, grant us the ability to go to 48 feet with whatever appropriate limitation for the modulation above that so that we can get 4 stories, and approve the site plan with the massing as proposed. And with that, we stand for any other questions and I recognize you got to hear from my partner next. So just trying to make it quick.
Thank you. Council, additional questions, comments for the applicant? Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Cavanagh.
Question for Linda. Linda, do you know approximately what the height is at the Regency at River Valley or the Village Apartments that are across the street off of Eagle Road? I didn't mean to catch you off guard. I shot you an email, like, no, I was going to ask, but I don't know if you got it because you were probably paying attention to the meeting, but I'm curious.
Mayor, members of the council, the applicant had it in his slide. I think the Village Apartments are 40 feet the Regency at River Valley are 40 feet and the other one is approximately 55 feet, if I recall.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Cavanagh, the first phase, Regency, is 41 feet. The next set of apartments was 45 feet and 4 stories, and the third set was 49 and a half.
Thanks, Linda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
unless anyone has any further questions, I think I'd make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Have a motion, a second, to close the public hearing. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
make a couple comments on the project. Made a compelling argument. We haven't had the occasion to meet. You're clearly an attorney. I appreciate the history, walking us through that. I think that was helpful. Particularly drawn to the idea of objective versus subjective requirements. However, had you been here a few hours earlier, you would have heard this body with planning and zoning discuss the value of subjective analysis from our staff, for which we would take some, appreciate their input on that. So that is something I think that this body values, is some subjective analysis on applications, as they are day in, day out engaged on these matters and do their best to make sure that the city is not only developing in a way that's helpful and productive, but aesthetically pleasing and of value. That said, Eagle Road's, in my mind, a hot mess, all kinds of developments. It is a very intensive development. I don't have any real concerns. I don't think a real argument has been made that this shouldn't go here. I think a compelling argument was made that followed all the things that we've outlined and asked any applicant. And I think we make a mistake if we say, here's the rules, and then everyone puts capital and effort and energy into developing according to the things we've outlined, and then we would say, I don't like it. I also think there's some value in having the residential neighbors who close by, not all, but it seems like a majority of those that have engaged don't have a problem with that. I actually agree with putting larger buildings right on the roadway as opposed to further set back and closer to some of the residential. So, however, I do have concerns. I do study the self-storage market. I think $1.30 a square foot is I'm a little concerned about how that would work, but I also believe you're putting your money in it. You're going to do what you can to make it work, but it is, I don't want to see big projects get partway there and then financially fall apart, as we have across the road from City Hall right now. So that's a real concern that I have is if you're looking at $1.30 a square foot, it's going to take you 4 or 5 or so years before you would maybe lease it up. And given the growth and interest in investors in self-storage as a good product type, it's going to be very difficult. So that is my biggest concern about it. It's just the financials, but that's, I do think you could probably make it work, but I think that is a challenge. So I intend to be supportive of the application tonight.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Strader.
Yeah, I was definitely a no on this from the outset, but have been trying to remain open-minded. I think what's interesting here, transition is really important to me in general in the city, to the extent that, we've proposed some change to our comprehensive plan to try to define what transition means. And that's a difference of no more than 1 story in adjacent uses. Understanding that this property was purchased before that thinking bubbled up. And, at that time, you did your due diligence, you understood your existing development agreement that was in place. Maybe, you found some areas that you have disagreement. I do think staff's analysis is important regarding the height, the character of the area. That's not something that I dismiss. What I think is interesting here in this case was that you demonstrated that the residential that directly abuts this property doesn't really interact with this adjacent use. Like they're truly oriented away from the building. That does make me want to give an exception to my normal thinking and grant this one. But I just want you to understand how I would normally approach this, like with an adjacent residential use and a difference in height that I think is significant. I normally would not be in favor of it. In this case, I think you demonstrated that the impact to surrounding neighbors would be very low. Yeah, I appreciate you working with the neighbors to reach an agreement on it. I think as a takeaway, I do think we should talk about height on a citywide basis for different uses in different areas of the city. I think that might be a good way for us to help avoid these situations so that it's a little easier for staff to point to something that's a little more objective. I thought staff did a good job of highlighting the issues. On this one, I'll vote for it, but knowing that this isn't a type of thinking I would normally go for from a transition perspective. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Strader said that extremely well. I was on the same path as far as coming in thinking it was a no until I saw the orientation of the houses, because I think our transition periods are so critical and can make a big difference. And so you've done your homework, made your case. I'm honestly not sure I'm excited about driving down Eagle Road and seeing it, but You've dotted your i's and crossed your t's and have worked with the neighbors, which I greatly appreciate. So I will be supporting it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
sound like a broken record, but Councilwoman Strader brought up some good points, and I absolutely came into this evening not in favor of this. But the way it's been presented, the way it sits on the lot, the way it actually is going to work as almost a buffer to the residential behind it that doesn't have to look at it, it becomes much more appealing to sit where it sits on Eagle Road. We've approved other projects on Eagle Road, one right up by Fairview that was going to be multiple stories. So this is not a first time. This is not a second or a third time. What I like about this is it's not going to draw a lot of traffic. This is going to be quiet. I think it's going to have very little traffic involved other than people wanting to do business with it. And I changed my mind. I'm in support.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
Councilmember Overton touched on the piece that was critical for me, and Bourbon, Cajun, Picard, it's a mix of public and private streets, and that to me was the biggest concern. Anything that we're going to get off of Eagle Road typically is going to generate a lot of traffic, is going to want to access Center Point to get out of there. So what is the best use that's going to have the least impact on those existing residents? It's a hard piece of dirt. This is a good project. I appreciate the concern and the correct feedback from staff. And for me, I try and look at my question about the apartments, kind of holistically what the whole area is. So unless there's any other conversations or comments to be had, I'm happy to make a motion. All right. Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
after reviewing all the materials related to item 22, I move that we approve citywide storage H-2023-0058, both the conditional use permit as well as the development agreement modification, capping the building height at no more than 50 feet. I think 50 feet will give the applicant enough to get their 48 feet and do some creative architecture to make it look nice. Unless I'm seeing any concerns from staff, that would be my motion as presented.
I'd second the motion, but would like to hear staff.
I have a motion, a second, and comments from staff.
I was just clarifying. So the top of the building is 48 and then the 36 inches for the parapet is what he was.
Mr.
Yep.
Mayor?
Councilman Cavanagh.
Linda, my motion is that a will not exceed anything more than 50 feet. And the developers got their creativity and flexibility to make it work. I appreciate asking for clarification, but 50 feet will be the max.
So I have a motion, a second. Do I have discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I know it's getting late, but I just think it's important to note for the record that Mr. Wardle stated tonight that he's not known for being a steamroller. And I'm surprised to hear that, but it's nice seeing you here nevertheless.
I think he said he's used to steamrolling people. If I heard that, when I heard that, I mean, but we'll let you take it up with him afterwards. Any further comments? If not, clerk, call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Little Roberts. Taylor.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Strader.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries. The item is agreed to. Right. Councilman Cavanagh.
Mr. Mayor, I know it has been a long night. I know we've got a lot of people here. For those that are in attendance, council is traditionally not engaged in large-scale public hearings after 10 o'clock. We find that our motions can be clunky, the process flawed. We know that people are here, but we also know that people want a clear-headed decision. But I'll leave it to the council. We've got one more item on our agenda tonight. It is 10 till 10. I want to be sensitive to all of your time and ability to do the job. We can continue this out for a couple weeks if you want, or we can proceed. I'm open to feedback and discussion real quick.
And maybe by a raise of hands, how many people wish to testify this evening? I mean, we do. only got a handful of people wishing to testify, and traditionally, we try to allow people to testify when they come, even when the developer is, even in situations where we have a problem, we try to accommodate those people. And we do have a few minutes where I think we could at least get to that point. If it feels like it's going further, come back and
Mr. Mayor, I merely wanted to facilitate the conversation before we got into it. I didn't want to stop the process. I think if whatever our decision is, whether we want to extend till 10:30, we want to take public testimony, but not do deliberations. I think it is important that we also be upfront with those that are here about our intentions for the rest of the evening.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
I think I would agree, be respectful of the people that have taken time to come here, and many of you have been here for 4 hours as well. I'd be open to starting the process, taking the testimony with the intention that I don't think any of us maybe want to deliberate and make a decision on the property tonight, but take public testimony and then leave the hearing open to allow for any more and find a date for which we can have a continuation and conclude the matter.
Applicant, sound good? Okay, well, we're just gonna roll into this and we'll hopefully be at a place by 10:30 where we can call the evening with stuff. So with that, we'll move on to item 23, was a public hearing for Burnside Ridge Estates, H 2023-0055. We will open this public hearing with staff comments as soon as staff is ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a side note, there is not a city council hearing on May 21st, so you're probably aware of that, but just wanted to remind you of that. If
As
this
well as
project gets continued.
at least one person, one council member who's here this week will not be here next week. Okay.
Thank you.
Right. Yep.
So, the next applications before you are a request for annexation and zoning and a preliminary plat. This site consists of 121.31 acres of land. It's on RUT in Ada County and is generally located southwest of the West Victory Road and South Linda Road intersection. The comprehensive plan future land use map designation is low-density residential on the eastern 41-acre portion and medium-density residential on the western 80-acre portion of the site. The applicant requests annexation of 123.28 acres of land with R2 zoning, which consists of 11.91 acres of land, R4 zoning, which consists of 89.55 acres of land, and R8 zoning, which consists of 21.82 acres, as shown on the zoning exhibit before you, for the development of 263 building lots. One of the 5 existing homes is proposed to remain on a lot in the subdivision at the northeast corner of the site. And that is right here in that location. The other existing homes will be removed prior to development of the phase in which they were located. The low density, the R2 zone, and the medium low density, the R4 zoning, is proposed around the perimeter of the development as a transition to rural residential properties in the county. And the medium density, R8 zoning, is proposed internal to the development. An overall gross density of 2.62 units per acre is proposed for the subdivision. The low-density residential future land use map designation allows residential development of 3 or fewer units per acre, while the medium density designation allows 3 to 8 dwelling units per acre. As is, the gross density of the low-density designated area is 2.81 units per acre, which is consistent with the desired density. The density of the medium-density residential area is 2.27 units per acre, with the conceptual lots in the holding area, which is slightly below the desired density. The holding area is this portion that's shown in a lighter color here at the southwest corner of the site. The comp plan allows for adjacent abutting future land use map designations when appropriate and approved as part of a public hearing with a land development application to be used with some caveats. The applicant proposes to use the abutting low-density residential designation to the west and the low-density residential designation on the eastern portion of this site toward a portion of the medium-density residential designated area on this property, as shown on the exhibit before you. With the proposed application of the low-density residential designation, the gross density is 2.4 units per acre, including the holding area, and the gross density of the remaining medium-density designated area is 2.64 units per acre, which rounds up to 3 and is consistent with the desired density range for both designations. Staff is supportive of the applicant's proposal for decreased density in the areas proposed, as it allows for larger half-acre lots along the west boundary of the subdivision, adjacent to large rural agricultural lots in Stetson Estates subdivision for a good transition in density as desired in the comprehensive plan. The proposed preliminary plat consists of 263 building lots, 32 common lots, and 1 other lot, which is the holding area I mentioned for future re-subdivision. 2 collector streets are proposed in accord with the master street map, a north-south street from Victory, and that is this one right here, and an east-west street from Linder Road. Sorry, lost my place here. It's getting too late for staff too. Average lot sizes are as follows: half-acre lots in the R2 zone, quarter acre in the R4 zone, and 0.17 acre in the R8 zone. The subdivision is proposed to develop in 4 phases, as shown on the revised phasing plan on the right. The first phase, located on the northeast portion of the site, includes the northern portion of the north-south collector street and access via West Victory Road, and a local street access via South Linder Road. This phase is proposed to include all of the street buffer improvements, including sidewalk along Victory and Linder Roads. The second phase is located on the northwest portion of the site and includes the southern portion of the collector street, which stubs to the holding area. The third phase is located along the southern portion of the site and includes the east-west collector street access via Linder Road, which stubs to the holding area. The fourth phase is the Kelly property that is located along the east side of the development between phases 1 and 3 and fronts on Linder Road. And that is the green portion right here. The holding area is not currently serviceable by city sewer and won't be for quite some time until the temporary lift station on 10 Mile and the 15-inch trunk line to the lift station is constructed. At staff's request, a concept plan was submitted for that area, showing how future development will integrate with this development. A total of 40 building lots are shown in that area, with the extension of local and collector streets. This area won't develop until services are available to serve this site. The city council should determine if it's in the best interest of the city to annex this property before services are available to serve the entire site. The existing Jackson home that is proposed to remain is required to connect to city water and sewer service, take access internally from within the subdivision, and change their address. The property owner at 3801 South Linder Road, Colleen Kelly's property, requests council approval to remain on well and septic until her property redevelops with phase 4, as utilities will not be accessible until at a minimum phase 3. Retention of her existing access from Linder Road is also requested until such time as the property redevelops. She is amenable to installation of the Linder Road street improvements, the frontage buffer improvements, except for the area where the driveway is located, including sidewalk being installed on her property in the interim. There are 5 existing driveways from Linder Road and 4 from Victory Road that will be closed with development of the proposed subdivision. A new north-south collector street, South Farmyard Avenue, is proposed from West Victory Road, which will extend to the southern boundary of the site with development of the holding area. The right-of-way for this street should extend to the east property line on the northern portion of the site as required by ACHD for future access to the collector street for the Coleman property. A new east-west collector street, East Holstein Drive, is proposed from Linder Road along the southern boundary of the site, which will extend to the west boundary of the site with development of the holding area. Another local street access, East Pivot Drive, is proposed from Linder Road to the north of the collector street. Internal local public streets are proposed for access within the development. The development is required to comply with the subdivision design and improvement standards in the UDC. There are 4 block faces that exceed the maximum block face standard, and they are highlighted in yellow. The applicant is requesting a council waiver to the standards to allow the block faces as proposed. This one here is 1,507 linear feet. This one here is 1,281. This one is 1,340. And this last one is 1,422. The very maximum that our code allows under certain circumstances is 1,200. Typically, the maximum is 750 feet. The justification for such is included in the staff report and will be addressed by the applicant tonight. The council should consider requiring traffic calming measures and or additional pedestrian connections as provisions for such waivers, if you choose to approve those. A 25-foot wide street buffer is required along Victory and Linder roads, and a 20-foot wide buffer is required along internal collector streets, landscaped in accord with UDC standards. Staff is recommending 10-foot wide detached sidewalks are provided along all collector and arterial streets within and abutting the site for public safety. The pathways master plan depicts a 10-foot wide pathway along the internal collector streets and along the north side of the Calkins lateral. The Calkins lateral is this green area that runs through the site right here. Based on the area of each zone, excluding the holding area, a minimum of 12.59 acres of qualified open space is required to be provided within the development. The revised common open space exhibit submitted by the applicant depicts 13.36 acres, which is 0.77 acre above the required amount. Qualified open space areas consist of open grassy areas of at least 5,000 square feet in area, the linear open space along the Calkins lateral easement that includes a 10-foot wide multi-use pathway and associated landscaping, linear open space, enhanced landscape buffers along collector and arterial streets, a community garden, and 8-foot wide parkways along local residential streets. An abundance of site amenities are proposed, exceeding UDC standards by more than double. Based on the development area, excluding the holding area, a minimum of 20 site amenity points are required to be provided, some from each category. A total of 42 points are proposed, which consist of a clubhouse, commercial outdoor kitchen, outdoor fire ring, public art, 2 picnic areas, and a fitness course from the quality of life category, a swimming pool and spa, tot lot, and 2 sports courts that are proposed to be pickleball courts from the recreation activity area category, 1.25 approximately miles of multi-use pathways from the pedestrian and bicycle circulation category, and a bicycle repair station from the multimodal category. The holding area will be required to comply with the minimum UDC standards for common open space and site amenities with re-subdivision. Staff recommends as a development agreement provision that the use of common open space and site amenities is shared throughout the development area between the holding area and the development proposed with this application. The Williams Northwest Gas Pipeline crosses the northeast corner of the Jackson property within a 75-foot wide easement. And that is this property right here. The Calkins lateral crosses the southwest portion of this site within a 60-foot wide federal easement, 30-foot each side of the center line. The Boise Project Board of Control has agreed to a lesser width of 40 feet if the lateral is piped as proposed, but will not allow any improvements or landscaping within their easement other than gravel. Therefore, a 20-foot wide area is proposed within the common area outside of the easement for a 10-foot wide pathway with 5-foot wide landscape strips on either side. The Givens lateral is piped and runs off-site along the west boundary of the site. A 7-foot wide easement exists on this site, which is proposed to run along the rear of abutting building lots. The board will not allow the easement to be located on building lots. Therefore, the plat will need to be revised to include this area in a common lot. Staff recommends a 20-foot wide common lot is provided. The applicant is requesting only a 7-foot wide common lot to accommodate the easement. Approval of this request will require a modification to condition number 2H in the staff report. Conceptual building elevations were submitted. I'll just run through these real quick on the amenities. Very nice amenities proposed with this development. Conceptual building elevations were submitted as shown for the proposed 1- and 2-story single-family residential detached dwellings, and 2 different barn-style concept elevations were submitted for the clubhouse. The architectural style of the homes will be a mix of contemporary forms and modern farmhouse styles. Building materials range from stone to stucco and board and batten siding with natural colors. Home sizes are planned to be 2,200 square feet or larger, similar to homes in the surrounding developments. Because the homes on lots that face collector streets, South Farm Yard Avenue and East Holstein Drive, and arterial streets, West Victory Road and South Linder Road, will be highly visible, staff recommends the rear and/or sides of 2-story homes on these lots incorporate articulation through changes in 2 or more of the following: modulation, for example, projections, recesses, step backs, pop outs, bays, banding, porches, balconies, material types, or other integrated architectural elements to break up monotonous wall planes and roof lines that are visible from the subject public streets. The commission did recommend approval of this application. I'll go through a summary of the commission hearing. The applicant's representative, Heath Clark Wardle, testified in favor of the application. No one testified in opposition. Paula Connolly and Darcy Dilly commented on the application. There was no written testimony submitted. Key issues were concern pertaining to smaller lots and higher density developing in the future on the holding area lot. Key issues of discussion by the commission were as follows: desire for the applicant to leave the Calkins lateral open as linear open space and for wildlife. Another commissioner felt it was better to pipe the lateral to reduce evaporation of irrigation water and for efficiency. Preference for phase 4 to be included in phase 3, and that was the lot that the existing home is on. Appreciation of the transition and density proposed from large rural parcels, and they were in favor of the proposed amenities and farm style theme proposed for the development. The commission made the following change to the staff recommendation. It was a modification to development agreement provision A1F to clarify that the holding area on a lot 11, block 7 shall only be developed when municipal services are available to the site as requested by the applicant. The only outstanding issue for council tonight is the applicant's request for a city council approval of a waiver to the maximum block face standards that I previously mentioned in UDC 11-6C-3F for 4 block faces, as noted. Several letters of testimony have been submitted since the commission hearing that are included in the public record. Staff will stand for any questions. The applicant is here to present tonight.
Thank you. Council, any questions for staff? All right.
Hi, everybody. It's been a long night already. So my name's Heath Clark, 251 East Front Street in Boise. Of the 2 partners, I'm the one with less volume in terms of both voice and hair. But maybe we'll get this PowerPoint going here and then get going. Oh, here we go. Okay, and I'll try not to talk too fast, but try to keep things moving here. So this is an application that we worked really hard on. And I think that it comes before you tonight in very good shape. It's an application that's consistent with the planning for the area. It's an application that's consistent with the investments that the city has made in utility services for the area. And as I mentioned, one where we're largely in agreement with staff. Again, we have these 3 applications. We do believe that we presented a development agreement that's very close in terms of where we are with the discussions with staff, and a preliminary plat with densities that are consistent with the city planning. It's a little laggy tonight. It's feeling like everybody else. So the project is on 121 acres between Linder and Victory. As you can see, the residents will have excellent access to 2 freeway interchanges in an area that is the subject of active development. As to the path of the development and the project's relationship with the rest of the city, this is against city limits. It is within the area of city impact. The square mile that's immediately to our east is entitled, other than the commercial area that's down on the southeast up against Victory, or excuse me, against Meridian Road. Brundage Estates, which is immediately to our east, has been annexed and pre-platted, and you granted an extension on their pre-plat in September of 2022. And some of you remember that a few months ago, I was before you with the Windrow subdivision that is just to our southeast that completed this block, and that was approved just a short time ago. And I wanted to show you this on a non-topo map, as I think that it helps illustrate a few things. First, you can see that we are well within the area of impact. You can see CUNA sneaking up on us there from the south. But if you look at the project boundaries, there is a wall of county parcels to our north. There's a wall of county parcels to our west. Now, the other point that I would make is that there is a different sewer shed on our south. This is the reason for the holding area that we mentioned before. So really what we're talking about here is not a foothold or, the floodgates being opened. What we're talking about is a pocket that's available for city development at this time where utilities have been built to service that development. And I'm going to spend a fair amount of time going over that. So when we come to services, the project is served by utilities recently extended by the city. We are within the phase 2 sewer expansion project that was done with the south annexation from a few years ago. The project has sewer service via the existing 8-inch line on Linder. You can see the manhole locations on the slide. Flow is committed. Domestic water is also at the site. You can see that there are water mains on both Linder and Victory Road with existing hydrants shown on the map. With regard to fire, we are 1.4 miles away from station number 6. Police services available within 4.3 miles from the Meridian Police HQ. Schools. So I didn't get to make the same promise that Jeff made to not talk about schools, so I'll take a second here. So we have investigated the schools. We've had conversations with West Ada. Our students will be attending Mary Mac, which has capacity. Meridian High School has capacity. Victory Middle School is tight. We spoke with West Ada and asked what the plan is for West Ada and for these middle schools. So the school district already has a site for a new middle school over at Hillsdale. I'm sure you guys are all aware of that. Spoke with Miranda, is this going to be something that's going to be built soon? Is there a need for it? She said no, and that's because there is capacity at all of the remaining middle schools within the district. So we went and looked, and just to put this on the record, Victory Middle and Star Middle are the only middle schools within the district that have increasing capacity or increasing enrollment over the past 3 years. Sawtooth Middle, Meridian Middle, Lowell Scott, Lewis and Clark, Lake Hazel, Heritage, Eagle, Pathways, and Crossroads have all seen drops in their enrollment over the past few years. What that means is that West Ada is not going to run a bond for a new middle school because they're going to do exactly what they've explained to you guys and what I've talked to you guys about over the past few years. They're going to make sure that that bond makes sense and it's a good use of taxpayers' money. And in the meantime, they're going to adjust boundaries, they're going to bus and take advantage of the capacity that they have at the other middle schools. So this is one where, we feel confident that this is one where that service, as Councilmember Cavanagh spoke to, is available. Next service is traffic. I didn't do a slide here, but if you review the ACHD report, it's clear that the project's been reviewed. It was reviewed before, it's reviewed now. All area roadways are expected to operate at an acceptable level of service. So talking a little bit about our opportunities and constraints, we have some topographical constraints. So we have the pipeline that's on our northeast corner that we have to deal with. We also have the 2 irrigation laterals that Sonia mentioned. We also have some opportunities and constraints with regard to what has happened around us. So we have large lot county parcels on our west. We've got more dense city development on our east, and we needed to transition across and essentially be the bridge between those two. And we've done all of that with a project that uses only existing city infrastructure. This does not require new city infrastructure. So this shows you where the fuel pipeline is. The Calkins is in blue. The Givens runs north-south on our northwest boundary. So here's the future land use map was actually where things got a little bit interesting for us. As you can see, the property's planned for both medium and low density, but the densities are flipped as to what you might expect, right? We've got the medium density on the outside with the low density on the inside. So Sonia walked you through this, and I won't belabor that point, but we worked with staff to use the comprehensive plans language that allows you to slide those density designations across to, you can't go further than a collector street and you can't take up more than 50%. But when we did that exercise, we arrived at a solution that does meet all of the comp plan designated densities. This is that same map that Sonia showed you a few minutes ago. With regard to zoning, zoning is consistent with the area, does provide the transition. This is the same drawing you saw a second ago. So we've got R4 against R4 on the east. We put a wall up of R2 on the west to help provide that transition buffer to the county lots. Then we put our R8 in the middle so that we can make sure that we met our density obligations. So here's an overview of the project, but I do want to explain that holding area and add just one more comment on that. So it is 21 acres. It is not included for immediate development. I can't say that strongly enough. When we were coming in to make this application, I was planning to leave it out because I didn't want to have anybody say, hey, well, this isn't ready for development because you can't sewer that part. Had the conversation with Bill. Bill was very strong in saying, hey, we think you should include that. And the reason is that if we get approved and that's not included, that could create a county enclave if that piece didn't ever develop. So we did that because we're good sports and I always work with staff. And so that piece is there, but again, everyone recognizes that it is not ready for immediate development at this time. It's there because staff asked us to bring it there. I'll kind of skip all that. So access and transportation, with regard to the roadways, we are closing 9 existing driveways, which I think is important. We're doing the improvements that one would expect along Linder and Victory. And you saw with our phasing plan that we've got all of that included within phase 1, all those roadway frontage improvements. So that'll happen at the very beginning of the project. Regional pathways are being provided along the outside of the project and on the internal collector roads. And I want to point out that while this is not a code requirement, code does not require the multi-use pathways on both sides of the internal collectors. Staff asked for it and the applicant agreed to that. So that's why you see the double lines along our north-south collector and the double lines along our east-west collector. We exceed the open space requirements. Since the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, we have worked with staff to qualify all of the open space. And I'll just note that we have the pathway along the Calkins lateral. There was a note from our neighbor asking if we could put up a sign saying, hey, this is where it ends. Don't trespass any further. And we're happy to do that. And we'd love to have that added as a condition of approval. So the amenities, Sonia mentioned this. This is a really standout element of the project. I haven't had any of these in front of you guys, but I've done several thousand unit planned communities throughout the Treasure Valley and beyond. Those planned communities include a placemaking exercise. So you're bringing in thousands of people, you're building a small city, you want to create a city core that people want to come and visit. So for regular subdivisions, we don't usually see that, right? It's something less than that. And in this case, that planned community style level of placemaking has actually occurred. You know, you have this, this central area of the project that people are going to be invited to, that they're going to want to be a part of, that has a theme, has this farm style feel to it. It's going to be something that's really special for that area, and it's going to make sure that this is a very high-end amenity or high-end community. And speaking to that, you know, with this placemaking, and it looks like maybe our graphics are not loading very fast. But we are talking, we would like to focus on that placemaking concept and use pieces of the farmyard equipment and all of that in the construction of the amenities within. So hopefully some of these will start popping up here so you can actually see it. Is this a network issue, you think, or? Yeah. Okay. Well, you've seen, these were in the staff presentation. Yep. That's too bad. That's okay. I think you saw the entry signage on Sonia's presentation with the windmill concept. Very, very nice looking. The home designs, mixture of contemporary and modern farmhouse styles. So let me try to wrap this up because again, it's getting late. So as we were looking at the project, we had a number of competing thoughts, competing items that we needed to satisfy. So again, we have the large county lots on the west side. Those are unlikely to develop. That's that wall that I was talking about that suggests that annexation probably doesn't go past there. We've bridged from the more dense city development to the less dense county development on the west. We're using utilities that are available to us. Frankly, you know, the question of whether the floodgates open on this is something that the city council has within its control, because the only annexation that's going to come from here would be to the south once the city decides to open up that new sewer shed. That there's not sewer capacity to go south from here. Again, that's the reason why we have this holding area. Since the last meeting, as I mentioned, we agreed to the qualified open space percentages. We got the Calkins lateral plans updated to show the 20-foot with 10-foot pathway and the 5-foot on each side. We agreed to fix the Guernsey Road sections and work on the block face lengths. And then we have the 10-foot pathways on both sides of the internal collectors. And this is what that Calkins lateral looks like. We can meet, because we have the 10 and 5 and 5, we can meander that and make it look nice. We've agreed on all the conditions. I'm not going to go over this because of the time, but I just want to emphasize again the 10-foot pathway on both sides of the collectors and the arterials. And we are in agreement with the conditions of approval with the exception of the one that Sonia mentioned. And so again, this has to do with the northwest corner of the project where the Givens lateral is. So that area is already gravelled. You know, it's an active working area. The irrigation district's out there pretty regularly. That extends 7 feet onto our property. And so our suggestion is to make that 7 feet a common lot, because the irrigation district is just going to require us to gravel it. Otherwise, if you expand it to 20 feet, you'll have 7 feet of gravel, 13 feet of landscape, and it's going to look a lot like a pathway. And that pathway is going to be something that's going to be against the irrigation district's working area. And it's also something that our neighbors to the west have asked us not to do, is to not connect in there. And so that's the reason why we don't want to give folks the wrong impression. We think it actually makes the most sense to just have the 7-foot common lot, gravel it, HOA takes care of it, set it and forget it. So with that, appreciate everybody hanging in there with me, but that I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Heath. Council, questions for the applicant? I know we're in a hurry. I'm just going to ask one.
Yeah.
I don't want to get an answer tonight. You can save it for your closing when you come back. Is you're a smart guy. Do your homework, do your research. Just want to know from your perspective, what's changed since the last time this application has been before council, and the reasons for that were conveyed at that time in your mind? Besides the obvious fact that we have 3 different council members since the last time it was considered, and we'll have a potentially a fourth, but save that for the next time.
You don't want to hear it tonight because I'm.
Not tonight, because I don't want to open up a can of worms of conversation. I just know that's something I'm going to want discussed at some point in time.
Okay.
From the applicant's perspective. So.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, who do we have sign up on this?
Mr. Mayor, we have 3 on this sheet. First is David. I apologize. I can't read your last name. Looks like it starts with an M. Morehouse. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Morehouse. State your name and address for the record.
David Morehouse, 3536 West Ryder Cup, Meridian, Idaho. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I'm a Meridian graduate when there was only one high school in 81. I built my first home here in 1987. So I'm an old timer, I guess. And I live over in North Meridian in the Spurwing neighborhood and have built 19 homes in the custom homes and just in that area alone. And I've been waiting for the next subdivision that allows me to serve a pent-up demand. We in the city here are struggling to develop subdivisions that accommodate a need that's immense. I get a call a week saying, where can I build a custom executive home? And we're approving a lot of homes, and there has to be a mixed development to serve all people. I have a son that just bought a starter home, and we call it a starter home. It's $500,000 now. I'm here to support this development because I can't find developments to work in. So I'm building in McCall, I'm building out in Caldwell and acre lots, I'm building in East Boise, but struggling to support the community I live in with the homes that I need. And so I'm here to support this development. Stand for any questions?
Council, any questions? Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is Tina Dean.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, or tomorrow, whatever it is already. My name is Tina Dean. I live on Wrestler Place, but for privacy, I will give you my mailing address, which is 100 West Overland, number 202 Meridian, Idaho, 83642. I reside in one of the homes that would back these half-acre lots. And last time this project came to planning and zoning and the city council, I asked for you to approve it because we actually have a developer here who's worked very long and hard with the neighbors to make sure that what they were building backed up to what we already have in our lifestyle with cattle and other farm animals and farming. They have met almost every request that we've made of them. I don't know why it wasn't approved before when there were other subdivisions approved farther south of us. I know that this land will be developed one day, and I would like to have it developed in this standard rather than something else that we might see there. My 2 requests would be that the holding area, if it is approved with this development, is approved with consistent lot sizes for those lots that are on the western edge that back Wrestler. And that Calkins lateral, we really would like some, besides signage, I would like that for you to approve that with their 7-foot common space. Don't enlarge that to 20 feet because I actually own some of that land back there. And even though it's an easement, I have to care for it and remove trash and take care of the weeds. And I really don't want it to become an attractive trespass opportunity for the kids that will be living in this area. So I would prefer to see some sort of blockage there as well as a sign. And I think that's it. Are there any questions? Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is Paula Connolly.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Paula Connolly. I live in the Rustler community as well at 3878 South Rustler. I stand before you. I have very mixed emotions. I know this is going to develop at some point, and I know not all of you were here in 2019 and 2020 when the comprehensive plan was redone. I think you guys absolutely missed the opportunity when this land was changed from medium or changed to medium density from rural density, because what happened is it created an instant for our community where we will absolutely be an island. It's hard to watch when you've lived and grown up and been in an area for a long time to know that Meridian High School is the only one with an FFA program left. What's going to happen with those kids when we have no land left that will be agricultural? We will be sandwiched in between mixed use and medium density. When you saw the one slide that showed that there's an L shape, I highly appreciate that they have taken the opportunity to try and mix in and flip some of the densities to accommodate us and put half-acre lots against our community. For those of you who are on city council that were not here, our community has attended every meeting. We have attended every city council meeting, as well as the neighborhood meetings. We've stood before you and we've said a lot of the same things. For those of you who are not here, you do need to realize, yes, we are a county. We do have farm animals. I slaughter our cows every year. I didn't bring my pictures this time, I promise. But it's hard. It's heartbreaking. You heard Mr. Morehouse say that he gets a phone call every week wanting to build on 1 acre lots. Unfortunately, they can't accommodate 1 acre lots because then they can't meet that density. So we're left with being an island. I really appreciate the fact that they're willing to do things to give a nod to the city of Meridian. My biggest thing is the holding area. Councils change. What happens with that holding area when they have to come back before city council to approve the platting of that? Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions? All right, thank you.
Where there was everybody that signed up in advance.
Is there anybody else who'd like to come forward and provide testimony at this time?
My name is Chris Hayes, 348 West Cub Street, Meridian, Idaho. Mayor, Council, I appreciate the opportunity as a business owner and a member of the Meridian Chamber of Commerce. To me, this is a no-brainer. This was a good development a couple of years ago. It's a good development now. This is what we want in Meridian. What could be here would be very different. So I am in favor of this as a business owner and also as a longtime member. I don't know, I might have you all beat because my family has a street named after them. Anybody got that? Rackham Way. So I understand Meridian. We've been here our whole lives. We know that this is important, and this could be a crown jewel in the area of this transition that we're talking about. And I also know the other side of it as a construction worker as well, what's going up and popping up everywhere and what people are really flooding in here like. But it's interesting to me that the people that are testifying tonight are already in their $1 million homes in their 1 acre lots, telling others that they should do something different. Well, this is a land of opportunity and this is a land of freedom. And this is a place where people want to be. So I commend you. I think you're doing a great job. And I think it's a wonderful opportunity for Meridian. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Okay. Is there anybody else present that'd like to come forward and provide testimony at this time?
Evening. Julie Langlois, but I'd prefer not to give my address.
Mary? Bill? If someone doesn't want to give their address?
You need something for the record, ma'am. Oh.
Wrestler Place? Thank you. I sent in a letter, but I felt like I was hoping I didn't have to speak, but I saw Miss Bernard's letter, and so I wanted to address that. So I agree with Miss Bernard's assessment that the current design will create a public safety issue in the area highlighted. Do you have the? She'll get it up there.
It's, I don't have her letter, but I can show you. It's there, you're right here.
Okay. That the current design will create a public safety issue in the area that's supposed to be highlighted between, as the pathway terminates at Stetson Estates, property owners' easements. So that comes down, I think it's Molina. Okay, so the Calkins comes up and hits our property easement. So from, I think it's Farmyard along the easement, those are going to be the backs of houses. So the pathway to nowhere is not only creates easy access to the easement area between Burnside and our private property, but with time and the filling in of vegetation will create an area which will be difficult to monitor. I have asked for a barrier in signage, not just signage, but something that will stop people from entering because it's going from a pathway to private property. So it needs something to stop people. Barrier and signage at the end of the pathway, and that be added to the DA. Ms. Bernard points out, and I think correctly, that from South Farmyard to the west, especially at the west end point, there is potential for problem. I have personal experience with a similar design, a dark cul-de-sac, where the things that happened, I hesitate to mention here. The current design invites such unwanted activities. Miss Bernard suggested that South Molina straighten and comes across the lateral so that that's not a closed area. Does that make sense? Without the with respect and concern for public safety, we request the design of the path to nowhere be reconfigured in order to mitigate potential problems and that a barrier and signage be placed at the western edge of the regional pathway. At the end of the day, we would like to see the project move forward without creating adverse outcomes and experiences for both our current neighborhood and our new neighbors to the east. It's a large project. Let's take the time to get it right. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anybody else that'd like to provide testimony at this time? Council, we've reached the end of those that are present wishing to provide testimony. Do we have a date that you'd like to?
So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Council, I'll throw some dates at you and then I think it's important we invite the applicant or the representative up to discuss. So next week, 5/14, we have one public hearing, which is a continuance from about a month ago. We've got, I think, one council member who may be unavailable. On the 21st and 22nd, that's Election Day, and Public Works Week Expo is on the 22nd, which is going to make getting in and out of City Hall really challenging. It's like we don't want to have a city council meeting that day. So then the third option in the month of May would be the 28th. We have no land use public hearing scheduled for that night. I'm the one who likely may be gone next week. Appreciate good Councilmember Strader is going to fill in and run our meeting for us. I don't want that to stop, but I'm going to try and participate remotely, but I just don't have a schedule yet as if I'm going to be available for that or not.
And for the, no, I will not be here as well. So if there's two of us gone, you'd have four. If in case you need a tie
Aye.
or different, just practicality.
So my recommendation would be that we move it to the 28th, but I want to give the applicant and the representative an opportunity to respond. I know this has been a long process for you. We don't want to belabor it any longer, but
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Cavanagh, the 28th works for us.
Great. Seeing head nodding. So, Mr. Mayor, what I'd like to do then is go ahead and continue item. Let me get my notes. Item 23, Burnside Ridge Estates application H-2023-0055 to May the 28th.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to continue this item to May 28th. Is there discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the item is continued.
Appreciate your flexibility around that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to item 24, which is ordinance number 24-2052. Ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's an ordinance related to lender storage condos H 2022-0091, annexing a parcel of land being Lot 4 of Heppers Acre subdivision, Book 19 of plats, pages 1298 and 1299, records of Ada County and a portion of North Linder Road lying within the southwest quarter of Section 12, Township 3 North, Range 1 West, Boise Meridian, City of Meridian, Ada County, Idaho, more particularly described in Exhibit A. Rezoning 0.98 acres of such real property from R1 to IL, zoning district directing city staff to alter all applicable use and area maps as well as official zoning maps and all official maps depicting the boundaries and zoning districts of the city of Meridian in accordance with this ordinance. Providing that copies of this ordinance shall be filed with the Ada County Assessor, the Ada County Treasurer, the Ada County Recorder, and the Idaho State Tax Commission as required by law, repealing conflicting ordinances and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Council, you've heard this ordinance read by title. Is there anybody that would like it read in its entirety? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
move that we approve ordinance number 24-2052.
Second.
Motion is second to approve ordinance number 24-2052. Is there discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Little Roberts.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Strader.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries. The item is agreed to. Cancel anything under future meeting topics, or do I have a motion to adjourn?
Mayor, move we adjourn the meeting.
Motion to adjourn. All in favor, signify